So while we've got our Masters Rock division currently out on the racetrack, we do want to make one quick announcement. We will be having a drivers meeting this morning in the specific time slot. We are running just a minute or two behind, so as soon as the Shifters Senior Rock drivers get off the racetrack, that is when we are going to need every single driver here this weekend, all 185 plus of you guys at the top of the grid, again, for a drivers meeting this morning. There's just a few things you want to address here, especially with how some of the racing went down yesterday. So, again, we'll have our race directors, our chief steward here at the drivers meeting immediately following Shifter Senior Rock warm-up. So, again, as soon as Shifter Senior Rock comes off the racetrack, we need everyone to form up at the top of the grid for our drivers meeting this morning. Again, we will be having a drivers meeting this morning at the top of the grid. Masters Rock currently on the racetrack right now. We've got Shifter Masters set to follow, and then it'll be Shifter Senior Rock. So you've got about 15 minutes before our drivers meeting takes place. But again, as soon as Shifter Senior Rock finishes up, we need everyone to form up at the top of the grid for our drivers meeting this morning. Once again, just a reminder to all drivers that we're holding a drivers meeting for all classes following the Shifter Senior Rock warm-up. We are about halfway through the Shifter Senior Master Rock warm-up, which is preceding that session. So again, about a 5 to 10 minute warning before our drivers meeting this morning here at the top of the grid. Again, on the grid is where everyone will need to be, all 185 plus competitors here for this weekend's Rock edition of the Florida Winter Tour. Our drivers meeting today approximately at 10:15 to 10:20 a.m. We just want to cover a couple of things to clarify for everyone, and then we'll roll into our second and third rounds of heat racing action. It's time to get things underway here for the second round of heat races. We've got Junior Rock currently on the racetrack. Group A and Group C here laying the grid order. Dylan Gennaro in the number 251 Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart qualified on the pole yesterday, but had some bad luck to start heat number 1. He was shuffled all the way back to 13th by the time the lap number 1 was completed. He will start on the pole again as the heats have a static starting lineup for all classes, heats 1 through 3. But Dylan Gennaro going to need a little bit better heat result here to keep himself in the hunt for Sunday. At least a decent spot for the pre-final. Again, this is going to be Junior Rock's Groups A and C with Dylan Gennaro on the front row. Arias Duke Majin had a strong run in his heat yesterday, battling with Sebastian Montoya, but when they got together, Zachary Hollingshead, Gennaro's Ocala Grand Prix teammate, was able to capitalize.
You guys got a radio?
This will be the first time this weekend Dylan Gennaro and Tyler Gonzalez will go at it. Gonzalez was able to win his heat race yesterday after getting shuffled as well as Gennaro, not as far back, but Gonzalez did not let it phase him. He starts on the outside front row here after qualifying third, but he was able to win his heat, which means he's already got the lowest points thus far. A second heat race win here in this group could really solidify him as a potential winner comes Sunday. We look for the green here. We'll get it. Green flag to turn number 1. At least turn number 1 off the start. That's turn number 11 here on the full layout as they'll race down the front straightaway into turn 1. Your leader off the start is going to be Tyler Gonzalez. Dylan Gennaro with a much cleaner start. This time he has slotted into second. A couple of drivers get bogged down. One driver, 3 karts involved in an incident over at turn number 2 near the back of the field. Appears to possibly be one more coming to us slow, so we'll have 2 karts at least stalled out at the outside edge of turn number 2. Meanwhile, Tyler Gonzalez leads by a solid margin back to Dylan Gennaro here through the S's on lap number 1. Gennaro again slotting to second. Arias Duke Majin has slotted into third. Ryan McDermott with a very good start this time. Again, he was leading the heat race, the second one on the weekend, and got turned around in turn number 6, trying to hold on to the top spot with a lot of defensive driving in the opening hairpins. McDermott with a much better start here in heat number 2. He runs 4th. 5th, your winner from heat number 1, groups A and B, Zachary Hollingshead. Hollingshead was in the catbird seat when contact was made between Sebastian Montoya and Arias Duke Majin. Again, Hollingshead just a little bit behind the top 4, who are starting to bunch together as Gennaro closes that gap in the draft back up to Gonzalez. So it is a 4-kart breakaway out in front. Tyler Gonzalez leads by 4 kart lengths heading into turn number 6 here on lap 2. 10 laps for all of our full-size divisions and 8 laps for all the mini and micro classes here in the Rock Cup edition of the Florida Winter Tour round number 2 in Palm Beach. Tyler Gonzalez is simply unbeatable right now. When you exit turn number 7, the tightest turn on the racetrack with the exception of turns 1 and 2. And that launch out of turn 7 sets him up through the entire rhythm section of the S's all the way to turn number 11. And with that, he's able to expand his lead, but Arias Duke Majin giving a little bump trap to Dylan Gennaro down the front stretch was able to bring them closer. 2 more drivers here in turn number 1 going around. That's one of the AM Racing Engine's entry, and what looks to be either a CRG or DR that has come to a stop at the exit of turn 1. Gonzalez holding that lead at about the same as what it was last time by, even with Gennaro and Duke Majin trying to work together. Gonzalez so fast here through the S's. That gap he's just able to lengthen comfortably right now in the Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart. Down the front stretch, Tyler Gonzalez by about 2 kart lengths as Gennaro closes under braking. He actually goes a little bit wide in turn number 1. Arias Duke-Majan all over the rear bumper. That might be the mistake Duke-Majan sees that makes him want to pass. Gennaro realizing that, he'll defend at turn number 3. And that's about all you need to give Tyler Gonzalez. He's going to run with it. It has tripled now from what it was last time. Battle for second. There goes Duke-Majan down the inside in turn number 5. Even with Gennaro's defending a couple of corners, it was still not keep the Duke Spine Cosmic behind him. For Tyler Gonzalez, it was game over from the drop of the green flag. He is poised and composed out in front with a big gap now back to Arias Duke-Majan. Behind Duke-Majan with Dylan Gennaro right in tow. It's still McDermott and Hollingshead, your top 5. Eduardo Barrichello running in the 6th spot, having a solid run here in Palm Beach, looking to chip away a little bit more off the leader's pace. He looks to be closing up to Zachary Hollingshead right now. He's definitely gapped the group behind him as we've pretty much spaced out the back half of your field here in Rock Junior Heat number 2, A and C. So Gonzalez still showing the way here through turn 7. Arias Duke-Majan might have actually closed up a little bit here this time through the S's. Duke-Majan and Gonzalez. Last time by, Arias Duke-Majan went nearly 6/10 quicker than Tyler Gonzalez. Gonzalez may have just either fallen off, or my better guess right now would be Tyler Gonzalez trying to save his equipment a little bit. These tires have to last these drivers all the way to the pre-final so they can use their only other set for the race weekend in the final. So Tyler Gonzalez, his wheel very smooth here through the S's. He's backed up to the front bumper of Arias Duke-Majan and now may have to deal with him if he lets Duke-Majan get any closer. Gonzalez takes a look back here into turn number 11, and this time by, it'll be 4 laps to go for the Floridian. After getting past, Dylan Gennaro has not let Arias Duke-Majan get away. He's pulled away from Ryan McDermott, who is now going to come under fire from Zachary Hollingshead in the coming laps. Gonzalez still having Duke-Majan onto his bumper. We've got a 3-kart train now here in Junior Rock. McDermott and Hollingshead are waiting for that battle for either second or the lead to close up and make it a 5-kart pack. Eduardo Barrichello's not too far behind either. Still in your top 10, João Matos running behind Francisco Porto, making its 8th and 7th. Tyler Maxson runs in 9th, Pedro Lopez 10th. Your leaders, though, coming through the S's right now, and the gap has been cut in half. Arias Duke-Majan really turning up the wick here. Into turn number 11, he trails by about a kart length from Tyler Gonzalez. 3 laps to go, and Tyler Gonzalez may have backed up a little bit too much. Duke-Majan pulling up to the bumper here into turn number 1. Zachary Hollingshead down the inside of Ryan McDermott. He'll take over the 4th position in the first turn on the racetrack. McDermott now down to 5th in the PSL Karting Barrel entry. The leader is closing up to a lap traffic driver that looks to be Aaron Benoit in the comp kart, who was one of the drivers involved in the incident in turns 1 and 2. Hopefully Benoit will see the leaders end back off, as Tyler Gonzalez through the hairpin section has really pulled away from Duke-Majan, but he is going to catch up to Benoit here through the S's. I don't know if that'll hold him up. Gonzalez having to get out of the power. Here comes Arias Duke-Majan. Gonzalez gives a little tap there. Darren Benoit showing his frustration as he knew that was going to bring Duke-Majan back into it. He had pulled away here this lap. 2 laps to go, and Arias Duke-Majan has left Dylan Gennaro behind into turn number 1. He's on the bumper of Tyler Gonzalez. He'll look for a little better run out of turn number 2, And now we've got to fight. Gonzalez, though, so strong out of turn 2. He'll double that lead into turn 3. Battling for third, Dylan Gennaro having his OGP teammate Zachary Hollingshead looking for a way by. Ryan McDermott is there as well, as Gennaro has fallen off of your top 2. But look at the gap once again. Tyler Gonzalez has pulled out over Arias Duke Majin in the hairpin section. The bottom end power on that Rock motor here for Tyler Gonzalez is phenomenal. He's being able to get that car rotated, whether it's the rear end being a little more free, the motor again having a little more power, or it might just be the nut between the steering wheel and the seat, because Tyler Gonzalez has proven now between different teams, different go-karts, and of course different engine packages, that he is a driver who can make it go fast. And here through turn number 2 with less than a lap to go, the lead nearly 8 kart lengths back to Arias Duke Majin, doubling, more than doubling what it was last time by. Battle for third, Zachary Hollingshead, Dylan Gennaro side by side through turns 4 and 5. They're still going at it, and in fact, they may have not lost too much time to Duke Majin here this lap, even going toe-to-toe. But Gennaro still holds the lead in the pack as he'll defend into turn 7. McDermott trying to find a way by as well. Well, that we'll keep our eyes on the battle for third right now. Tyler Gonzalez, whether he was saving or not, out of turn number 11. Another dominant heat race victory. He takes his second heat on the weekend. Dylan Gennaro with a solid job holding back Zachary Hollingshead and Ryan McDermott here on the final couple of laps to finish a solid third place in heat number 2. Arias Duke Majin did close the gap to Gonzalez, but he'll need to work on that Duke Spine Cosmic to give it a little more speed coming out of the hairpins, and especially coming out of turn number 2. That's where Duke Majin's really losing a lot of time, or overall, he's not doing too bad compared to everyone else. But it seems Tyler Gonzalez simply has the Speed Concepts Racing Tony Kart rolling here through the slow corners at Palm Beach, and he's not too bad in the rhythm section either. The S's heading into turn number 11. So Gonzalez looking to be what could possibly be your driver to beat, as we've got the heat split up for Junior Rock, but I'd still put him top of my list as your favorite coming into Sunday. He's got another heat race to try and fully sweep here before it's over today. Heat number 3 coming up in the afternoon. But Tyler Gonzalez, your winner in the first heat race this morning for the second round of heats in Junior Rock, this being groups A and C. Next up, it's groups B and D, your second and fourth place qualifiers making up the front row, so we can get the second half of your Junior Rock heat races completed. So now it's time for the second heat race here in the second round of heats for Junior Rock. Groups B and D. Nicholas D'Orlando and Mateus Morgado will make up the front row. Morgado may have had the worst luck out of the best starters in the heat races yesterday. He started alongside Dylan Gennaro in the first race of the weekend and got sent all the way to the back of the field. And then once he was back there, it was even more chaos to the end. He came across the line, I believe, in 16th or 17th in heat number 1 with quite a bit of damage to the AM Racing Engines VCI X-Spree chassis. Nick D'Orlando had a pretty solid start to his heat racing venture, coming away with a top 5 finish yesterday. He starts again on the outside row for all 3 of his heats here this weekend. And D'Orlando looked to be the only driver quick enough to challenge Tyler Gonzalez in heat 1 yesterday, but D'Orlando unable to get the speed in the corners setting up passes here because there's only so many passing zones at this racetrack, and so D'Orlando was trapped in a bit of traffic farther back, whereas Tyler Gonzalez was able to make it look pretty easy, cutting his way back to the field from outside the top 5 all the way to the lead and then waxing everyone from then on out. D'Orlando again starting on the outside of the front row here for heat number 2. In the second row, it looks like we've got Sebastian Montoya and Jeremy Fairbairn. Either that or Victor Shoma. Yes, Victor Shoma there on the outside of row number 2. Fairbairn will start in 6th. And we've got one more Cosmic entry looking to start in the 5th spot as the rest of your field starts to file on through. That's the 223 of Diego Ramos starting P5 in the NF Sports Cosmic. As we've got the top 3 rows set, Nicholas D'Orlando, Mateus Morgado bring us into the tram lanes. It's time to go racing for Junior Rock Groups B and D. A picture-perfect start. We are on to the power. Green flag in the air to turn number 11, and what a jump from Mateus Morgado. Nick D'Orlando gets a good start as well. We've got 3 drivers hooked in turn 11, but everyone else is clean down to turn 1. D'Orlando right up to the bumper of Morgado as they go for the first turn on the racetrack. A couple more drivers making some contact. 3 wide farther back in your field. And only one driver looks to be falling victim and will have to suffer a DNF in the incident off the start. D'Orlando under some pressure from behind in the form of Sebastian Montoya. He's able to hold on to second as your race leader, Mateus Morgado, pulls out about a cart length and a half over the Northeastern driver. Mateus Morgado flipping the luck from Friday afternoon here on Saturday morning. Heat number 2, and we see the VCI AM Engines driver out in front. D'Orlando running second. Sebastian Montoya signaling to the driver behind him to work together. That looks to be Diego Ramos. One big line here behind Mateus Morgado. They'll all pull up in the draft and go right up to the rear bumper of the X-Spree cart. So it's Montoya, then followed by Ramos, and then that looks to be Derek Carminate. Carminate in the Bennett-sponsored FA cart here this weekend. He was very strong in Homestead, and Carminate moving his way up to position number 5 here in Heat 2, chipping away every single session to work his way forward. He went purple last time by because he got such a good start, making up quite a few positions. So Carminate running in the 5th spot in line on the bumper of Brazilian Diego Ramos. Behind Carminate finds Jeremy Fairbairn. Victor Shoma started in the 4th spot. He's down in 7th. 8th on the racetrack, Garrick Hughes. 9th, Cody Crucker. And 10th, Alex Yankowski. Nose to tail here in the battle for 4th right now. That looks to be Ramos coming under fire from Carminate. Carminate going to go to the inside in turn number 1. He'll go by Diego Ramos. Ramos going to get really bogged down. He'll also lose the 6th spot to Jeremy Fairbairn. And now under pressure from Victor Shoma and Derek Hughes. Garrett into turn number 5. Mateus Morgado has not been able to break the draft from Nicholas D'Orlando every single time down the front stretch and the back stretch into turn number 11. D'Orlando able to close the gap, but he is not quick enough right now to get a little bit closer to set up a pass in either one of those turns. He's definitely got the comp car rolling here, especially through the S's, which looked to be a bit of a problem spot for him yesterday. As they exit turn 11, D'Orlando this time losing a little ground, maybe 3 to 4 kart lengths back. He'll close it up down to just a kart and a half by the time we get into the braking zone. As Sebastian Montoya goes quickest last time by, the Team Montoya Burrell Art chassis showing very strong here in heat number 2. He has gapped away from 4th place right now. That's Jeremy Fairbairn as he's worked his way by Derek Carminate. Victor Shoma able to hold back Diego Ramos after working his way by him. And behind Diego Ramos, it's Garrett Hughes and Cody Crucker, the two Team Zanella entries, as D'Orlando really closed the gap here to Morgado this time by. Nicholas D'Orlando finding some speed in the second half of heat number 2. He starts to close up. He's 3 kart lengths back now down the front straightaway, and then we'll close even more in the draft up to the bumper of the VCI driver. So Nicholas D'Orlando having a good lap last time by to go purple, 58.034, pulling a 10th quicker than Morgado. He looks even better through the hairpin section this time, exiting turn number 5. If Nick D'Orlando can get a good run through the Rhythm S's, he will be able to possibly challenge for that top spot in turn number 1. He needs a good exit to turn 7. He got a decent one, but Morgado got a good one as well. The gap, 4 kart lengths headed down the back straightaway. Looking back and forth, Derek Carminate has not let Jeremy Fairbairn go after surrendering the position. They both are still a good ways ahead of Victor Shoma, but battle for the lead. Nick D'Orlando to the inside of Mateus Morgado, and Nicholas D'Orlando to the top spot. Morgado down to second. D'Orlando going to defend into turn number 3. He'll hold the inside lane as Morgado pulls up to the bumper. That defensive move brings Sebastian Montoya into the equation, and Montoya closing up here to Morgado. Mateus Morgado seeming content to work behind Nicholas D'Orlando, but D'Orlando just needs a good couple of S's here to get through. If he can get a good run on a turn 7, he might be able to pull a gap away from Morgado, but right now they are all bumper to bumper here in the top 3. Sebastian Montoya having a phenomenal rookie season here in the Junior Rock class. As we exit turn number 11, Mateus Morgado all over the rear bumper of Nicholas D'Orlando. Not nearly as much top-end power here from Morgado based off the gear ratio. It appears that D'Orlando may have sacrificed a little bit of bottom end for some top end to be able to pass at the end of those straightaways, which again was a big issue for him. He was not able to pass yesterday after he got shuffled back, even though he was significantly quicker than the drivers he was behind. Morgado's bottom end choice could set up passes into turns 4 and 5, or maybe even into turn number 7. But right now he's not really making any big moves to show his hand. He's still glued to the bumper of the comp car driver. After a solid start, Derek Carminate has faded back from Jeremy Fairbairn. He's now fallen into the clutches of Victor Shoma here for the 5th spot. Shoma going to pull up to his rear bumper. He may look to the inside in turn number 11, and he will. Position number 5 to Victor Shoma. Morgado this time closing up a little better into turn number 1 to D'Orlando. Still a kart length back, so no attempt at a pass. Derek Carminate with a big bump draft into the braking zone on Victor Shoma. Shoma handling it very well. Did not miss the corner. He'll still hold the position. Into turn number 6, Nicholas D'Orlando leading the way here in the 2nd Junior Rock heat race of the day. Mateus Morgado 2nd, Sebastian Montoya in 3rd. Mateus Morgado definitely trying to make it a two-kart race out in front. Every single straightaway you see him pushing away here with Nicholas D'Orlando. But Sebastian Montoya determined to not be left behind. He's still within a kart length of the VCI driver. Behind Montoya, Jeremy Fairbairn looked to be gaining possibly on the top three, but that's not happening anymore. The driver that is gaining on him is Victor Shoma, who is still on recovery mode after getting shuffled back from the fourth place starting spot here off the drop of the green. White flag in the air here for Nicholas D'Orlando. Mateus Morgado's on the bumper. No aggressive move into turn number one. D'Orlando holds it. As we see, there goes Victor Shoma to the inside of Jeremy Fairbairn. And on the outside, Mateus Morgado to the lead. Nick D'Orlando got bogged down big time. Sebastian Montoya going to go to the inside in turn three. Now D'Orlando goes by both drivers. Back and forth we go, and Nick D'Orlando back to the lead. Mateus Morgado got a run on the outside of Nicholas D'Orlando in turn number two to go to the top spot, but he left the door open in turn three for Sebastian Montoya, who forced his way through. Nick D'Orlando got by both drivers in turn four. He now leads them for the final time down to turn number 11. A two-kart length advantage is not surmountable here. Out of the final turn, Nick D'Orlando, a phenomenal drive of racecraft in the final lap to win heat number two. Mateus Morgado finishes second, Sebastian Montoya third, Victor Shoma fourth, and Kuna USA's Jeremy Fairbairn is going to round out the top five. So a great battle here in the second heat race on the final lap for Junior Rock, with Nick D'Orlando coming out on top. Sebastian Montoya, Mateus Morgado both sharing a bit of the lead on the final circuit, but it was D'Orlando being able to keep the kart wound up heading out of turn number three that scored him the lead and an advantage to hold on to the end of the final lap and take the heat race victory. Outside the top five behind Jeremy Fairbairn sees Team Zanella's Garrett Hughes, who was able to work by Derek Carminate in the closing laps. The Benek driver falling back after having quite a start here to Heat 2. Cody Crocker for Team Zanella as well finishes in 8th. Diego Ramos puts the NF Sports Cosmic 9th, and Axel Cabrera rounding out the top 10 with a second Cosmic inside of it. Next up, our second class on the weekend that has been split up into 4 groups, which means 2 heat races per round. It's the Mini Rock division, 8 to 12 years old, set to do battle here immediately following our Junior Rock drivers. Again, groups A and C for Mini Rock, slotted to go next as soon as we can clear the racetrack. So groups A and C here for Mini Rock. It is split up. Luca Mars and Connor Zilish, who in the first heat race, after qualifying 1 and 2 overall, were able to draft away from your field, with Mars taking the win. Zilish now, without really a dancing partner, has to do battle against Reese Gold, the Bennick driver, who was able to qualify in third. Carson Morgan, teammates to Gold here, also aboard the Bennick, will start inside the top 5. A solid qualifying run for him as well. So as the rest of your Mini Rock drivers file up here, over 40 will be doing battle and hoping to make it into Sunday's pre-final, as again, only the top 28 automatically transfer, and then the top 6 out of the last chance qualifier later on today will go on through to the main. So they'll begin to form up here as they go through turn number 6. You'll notice the 2 blue cones and the red line painted across the racetrack. That is the commitment line. You need to be in your position on the correct side of the racetrack, or at least, at the very least, in your position in line by that point. If not, you cannot make up any more spots to go any higher. That's simply where you're going to start. Everyone looks to be nice and clean here through the S. Connor Zilish, Reese Gold, Santiago Trissini, Carson Morgan. 3 Bennicks inside the top 5. And as we look for the green, we're quick onto the power, a little bit too quick here for our head flagger, Kim Hager. He's going to wave that one off just too fast. Again, the drivers were told in their drivers meeting both yesterday and this morning to keep it under 30 miles an hour, as we've got our radar gun headed down the backstretch, which is where they start into turn number 11. So they're going to need to really back down the pace here this time. So slowed down here will get them re-gridded, reformed up. Reese Gold and Connor Zilish going to try and slow the field down this time. Zilish still bringing them maybe a little bit too quick. Let's hope we can keep this one slower, boys and girls. Everyone in Mini Rock nose to tail. We are into the tram lanes once again. The final attempt here for our current front row before they get it inverted. We'll look for the green. We've got it. Green flag to turn number 1, and Connor Zilish going to get shuffled a little bit wide. Reese Gold trying to find a place in line. It looks like Santiago Trissini might have gone through to the lead, and he has. Santiago Trissini leads your field to turn number 1. Connor Zilish went all the way back to the mid-pack of your field. Reese Gold has been shuffled back, as well as Zilish is on the outside out of turn number 2, going through the dirt to try and find his way back in line. 4 wide, deep in your pack, and Zilish going backwards as we see Trissini leading the field to turn 4. Another driver getting turned around in turn number 3, but everyone clean so far. A clean start, but the front row getting absolutely shafted. Carson Morgan has gone through to the 2nd spot. He's now right onto the bumper of his Bennett kart teammate, Santiago Trissini. Reese Gold finds himself down in what looks to be the 7th spot behind the Nitro kart of Nikita Johnson. They're just on the outside edge of your top 5. As they run, it is going to be Trissini, Morgan, Nick Terlecki, and a battle for 4th. Jeremy Fletcher for Ocala Grand Prix going to go to the inside. He'll go to P4. One driver just behind him, I believe, on a Nitro kart. We'll confirm that as they come down to turn 1. That's going to be the number 181 of Anderson Leonard, who has fallen down to the 5th spot. But Nick Terlecki, the privateer Merlin driver, representing Franklin Motorsports here down in Florida, having a solid run. Battle for the lead. Carson Morgan goes to the top spot. He'll go by Santiago Trissini, but now they all shuffle here. One of the Bennick drivers getting pushed all the way back to 4th as they go through turn number 4. Both Terlecki and Fletcher going through. So Santiago Trissini getting shuffled from first down to fourth in line. Reese Gold has gone by Nikita Johnson as well. Sixth. It's a 6-cart train here in Mini Rock, and Carson Morgan leading the way. Nick Terlecki running second as the 6-cart breakaway. Now battle for the lead in turn number 11. Nick Terlecki going into the top spot. Jeremy Fletcher tried to follow. He was unable to do it. And here comes Carson Morgan right back to the inside. Fletcher also under fire from Trissini. Trissini nearly getting Terlecki. Now he won't get a spot. He'll get turned sideways. Him and Anderson Leonard get bogged down, and they'll fall off the lead pack. Reese Gold was an innocent bystander in that exchange. He's lost touch with the top 3 as well, so we've got now a 30-cart breakaway. As while Trissini tried to make his move for third, he had to go side by side with the driver falling to second, Nick Terlecki, and then made contact with Anderson Leonard. They both went backwards very quickly now, and they're outside the top pack. And now they'll go outside the top 5 as they're 3 wide back there. That looks to be the Burrell Art. Number 107. I don't know who that driver is. We'll take a look here on the screen. That's, correction, 102. That's Castro Andres. So Andres Castro here in the Burrell Art going by the drivers back in your field as we've still got more passes now. Santiago Trissini getting some help from Elio Giovanni. Correction, Fernando Barrichello. So Fernando Barrichello able to make a move with some help from Santiago Trissini in that pack as they both try to work their way forward. Barrichello now leads the pack as they've lost touch with Reese Gold, who has taken it amongst himself to try and run down the top 3. Reese Gold working all alone, trying to see if he can catch the leaders. The top 3 carts breaking away from the field, and it's Carson Morgan, Nick Terlecki, and Jeremy Fletcher. What a run here for Carson Morgan to heat number 2 to have a solid start to go up to the lead and then be able to even fend off any challenges. Right now, even in the draft, Nick Terlecki, Jeremy Fletcher struggling to get into a passing opportunity as we've got a few drivers getting together in turn number 1 and now more battling farther back. Connor Zilish, what a recovery. He's gone now into the 6th position with a pass in turn number 4. Connor Zilish went all the way to the back of the field. He's now onto the bumper of Fernando Barrichello and will be looking for the 5th place position. So Andres Castro in the Burrell Art number 102, losing that 6th place spot to Zilish. Connor Zilish now going to go to the inside of Fernando Barrichello in turn 11, and position number 5 for Connor Zilish. Arguably the best comeback drive we've seen this weekend, currently in the making, although Zilish going to lose that spot now from Barrichello in turn number 1, and he'll try to go back to the bumper over to turn number 3. Zilish going to fight right back into 3 on Barrichello. This time, once again, he is through into turn 4. He'll defend a little bit and back Barrichello up to Castro. Out front, Carson Morgan is stretching out his lead. The Benig driver not facing any challenge after fending off Santiago Trissini, who is now down in that 5-cart pack, led by Connor Zilish. Nicholas Terlecki went around running 3rd yesterday in his first heat race. Now running 2nd and pulling away from Ocala Grand Prix's Jeremy Fletcher, who's now been reeled in by Reese Gold. And you cannot take away anything from Connor Zilish's drive, but some driver may contest that Reese Gold is doing even better because he has no drafting help and he has run down the top three. At the very least, third place here in Jeremy Fletcher as another driver goes around in turn number one. So great recovery drives for Reese Gold and Connor Zilish. Your front row here to start this heat race. And Gold, while getting a much better start, slotting into seventh, did lose a lot of ground in the incident that sent Santiago Trissini back in your field along with Anderson Leonard. Leonard, just like Trissini, has been unable to rebound after getting shuffled back, although they now have both gone by Andres Castro. Reese Gold looking for third. He'll come to the inside of Jeremy Fletcher to turn number 11. Move Reese Gold into the top three. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for your race leader, Carson Morgan. He holds about a 5-kart length advantage over Nick Terlecki as Gold tries to get Fletcher to work with him up to the leaders. Nick Terlecki is close right now, but he's not close enough to be able to challenge for that top spot. Running with a gap back to Gold in second. This may be the finish of the race right here, as they are still spaced out for the top three spots, and Fletcher not going to fight back on Gold. In fact, he's lost about 2 kart lengths now after letting Gold go on through in turn number 11. Connor Zilish, Fernando Barrichello both pulling away from their train as well. Battle back for the 9th spot. Brent Cruz going by Anderson Leonard. But out in front, what a race it has been here for Carson Morgan, fending off every challenge for the lead, and over the past half of the race he was able to pull away. Carson Morgan with a great drive in heat number 2 wins his first heat race of 2017. Nicholas Terlecki finishes second, Reese Gold third with a great drive back, Jeremy Fletcher fourth, and Connor Zilish, I don't know what place he came across the line in to complete the first lap, but he was going through the dirt, exiting turn number 2. The Team Felon Racing Energy Chassis driver fell all the way outside what could have been the top 15 and has fought his way back to 5th. And if it weren't for the leaders getting so stretched out due to some of the battling earlier, he may have had the speed to challenge again for the top spot. So no speed lost here for Connor Zilish, and especially no speed lost for Reese Gold, who ran down the top 3 all on his own. Groups B and D on the racetrack for Mini Rock, the second of 2 heat races here in the second round. We just saw quite a good battle at the beginning of that last one between Carson Morgan and Santiago Trissini, but unfortunately for Trissini, getting bogged down in the opening couple of turns on lap 4, I believe, he was shuffled back along with Anderson Leonard, and from then on, no one really had the speed to really challenge Carson Morgan. This front row features Luca Mars and one of the VCI entries, I believe. It's the number 120 of Alessandro Tullio under the GP VCI 10. Ashton Chilton also starts inside the top 5. The Tony Kart driver, position number 3. Everyone into the tram lanes, though. We are on to the power. Green flag in the air, and Luca Mars with a good start. The outside line with a very poor start through turns number 11, and they're still side by side. 2 drivers stuck together. Everyone cleaned into turn 1, and Mars leads the way. For second, Justin Arsenault looking to the inside of Ashton Chilton. Chilton going to hold him back as Dale Curran goes on by one of the Bennett entries. Not a good start for Alessandro Tullio. He's been shuffled all the way back outside the top 8 positions, down to 9th, just behind James Agozi. That was your second place starter. 2 of the Burrell Art drivers that ended up getting hooked together over in the final turn on the racetrack. Marcelo Panicia, who had a solid starting run, and Nicholas Baptiste. But Luca Mars and Ashton Chilton have been up at the front end of their field every race they've competed in here in 2017's racing season. Now, Chilton closing the gap up to Mars, the Pilates-sponsored energy driver without any drafting help or chassis teammates in this one, as Connor Zilish was in the previous heat race group, qualifying on the overall pole. Mars in Group B, the top of that, so that means he is all alone here in this one. It's energy, Tony Kart, Burrell Art, and then another OTK machine with the Kuna USA Tony Kart of Dale Curran, who pulls up to the bumper here of Justin Arsenault. Ashton Chilton, one of the top-running privateers in the Mini Rock division. He's on the bumper of Luca Mars, competing under the Energy Corsa North America banner. Through the S's, Luca Mars, your leader over Ashton Chilton, but it is a big train of go-karts behind them. Behind Dale Curran, it's the Kuna USA Bennett entry of James Agozi, P5. Elio Giovanni runs in the 6th spot. 7th looks to be another one of the Bennett drivers, possibly Lucas Rodriguez. We'll confirm that here as they head for turn number 1. But battle for second, Justin Arsenault, and the PSL Karting Burrell Art goes through Dale Curran. Dale Curran gets bogged down, though. A big problem for the Tony Kart driver. He picked up 3 spots as everyone seemed to lose grip in the braking zone. So Justin Arsenault making that spot for second, ends up going to the lead. Luca Mars, something must have been an issue for him as well, as he missed the corner, had to turn it wide as Dale Curran went on through, and Mars has been shuffled down to 6th place. Battle for second here. James Agozi trying the inside of Ashton Chilton, unable to get through. Dale Curran now going to go to the inside of Agozi, and Agozi going to lose another spot. Elio Giovanni goes on through. So that's the number 159 of Lucas Rodriguez there in the 6th spot. As we watch the field exit turn 11, look at that train, ladies and gentlemen. One of the biggest drafting packs we've seen all weekend here in Mini Rock right now, going all the way outside the top 10. And Justin Arsenault, hailing from Canada, having a great run here, leading the way in the red and white Burrell Art machine. Ashton Chilton going to challenge in turn number 3, which has gotten some cloud cover now. Chilton goes through. Arsenault back to the outside in turn number 4. Crossing him over to turn 5. Arsenault looking to the inside. He will not do it. Ashton Chilton, your new leader to turn 6. So Chilton leads, Justin Arsenault in second, Dale Curran in third, Elio Giovanni in fourth, and then James Agozi in fifth. Luca Mars runs in the sixth spot. Seventh is going to be the Paralympic for 125. And that is Rafael Diaz. Lucas Rodriguez was in eighth last time. He's been pushed back a couple more spots. Battle for third. It looks to be we've had a couple of changes over in turn number 11. It's still Chilton and Arsenault, and now Arsenault going to go to the inside in turn number 1. Look at that power move. He'll clear Ashton Chilton by the braking zone. James Agozi gets ahead of Elio Giovanni, and so the shuffling continuing as Dale Curran got passed in 11. He's fallen down to 6, but now he'll look to take back 5th spot. 3 wide, Dale Curran to the inside of Luca Mars for position number 4. Mars going to go right back in turn number 4. Luca Mars back to P4. Dale Curran P5. Curran really showing some aggression here in heat number 2. He's made some moves that I'm not even sure some junior drivers would attempt. Justin Arsenault, though, leading the way. Ashton Chilton second. James Agozi in third. The Mini Rock drivers putting on an absolute show here in Heat 2. And here comes Chilton. Ashton Chilton looking to the inside in turn number 11. No move there. Battle for 5th. So Dale Curran trying to defend here for the 5th spot. That's giving the top 4 a little bit of a gap. But 5th place going to work with him for the moment. Lucas Rodriguez, Elio Giovanni the inside of him, as also we've got a change in second. James Agozi going through to on Ashton Chilton in turn 1. It's still Canada's Justin Arsenault out in the lead. Kuna USA's James Agozi had not the best qualifying run even for such a young driver in the division, as going to the Rotax World Finals in Micromax and dueling it out on the final lap for the overall World Championship. He's set the bar pretty high for his own expectations. He runs second as the battle for third rages on. Luca Mars going toe-to-toe with Ashton Chilton, takes over the position. Now we'll see here if James Agozi takes a look back or gets a signal to work together. He's trying to choke that Mini Rock engine. He looks back. He's got a couple kart lengths. He may try to work together with Justin Arsenault to make it a 2-kart race. But Luca Mars determined to hang in the draft. The pack behind them not too far away as well. And here comes Agozi. He just wants to lead. James Agozi through to the top spot in turn number 1. A fantastic battle in Mini Rock, keeping everyone standing on the edge of their seats at minimum. Battle for the lead. Justin Arsenault nearly gets it in turn 3. Agozi holds. Battle for second. Luca Mars puts the Pilati-sponsored energy chassis to P2. He'll lose that spot in turn 5. And Justin Arsenault back by, but Mars, a great crossover. Luca Mars back to second as they head through turn 6. So James Agozi still your leader. Luca Mars in second. Justin Arsenault third. Ashton Chilton fourth. Alessandro De Tullio, what a rebound. He's back into the 5th spot. Defending into turn number 11. Justin Arsenault trying to hold on. James Agozi sees the white flag. Arsenault up onto the bumper of Luca Mars. Mars finds a hole. 3 in turn 1. Justin Arsenault to the outside. He'll lose a spot. Ashton Chilton with a big run as Luca Mars goes to the lead. Mars all the way to the inside in turn 3. Chilton to the outside. He'll go right behind. Luca Mars still trying to hold on. Battle for third. It looks to be Alessandro De Tullio as James Agozi falls back to the 5th spot with a second group. A 4-kart, now 2-kart breakaway. Luca Mars, Ashton Chilton leading. Alessandro De Tullio third. Justin Arsenault fourth. Agozi loses the 5th spot to his Kuna USA teammate Dale Curran. For the final time here down the back straightaway to turn 11 in Heat 2. Luca Mars over Ashton Chilton. No need to defend. What a job finding a hole when he needed to. Luca Mars wins the second heat race in Mini Rock. Ashton Chilton finishes second. Alessandro DeTulio with a great rebound drive, similar to the likes of Reese Gold and Connor Dillich in Heat 1, to go to third after getting shuffled from second back to ninth on the first lap. Fourth will go to Canada's Justin Arsenault, and I believe fifth went to Dale Curran, but that may have changed in the final turn on the racetrack. Senior Rock on the racetrack. Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg, your front row. 31 drivers ready to go at it here for 10 more laps in the second heat race. Austin Garrison got a great start. Ryan Norberg not so much, and these two are seemingly a couple of tenths up on the rest of the field. So if Norberg can get a better start here in turn number 11, he might be able to challenge. But because he got shuffled back, in fact put on top of Victor Franzoni in turn number 2, Norberg found himself having to play catch. And while he did work his way back up into the top 3 at the end of the heat race, Garrison had it on cruise control from lap 2 on. Behind them, with Victor Franzoni starting in third at the NRM Motorsports, Tony Card of Jet Nolan starts P4. Ben Barnicoat and Arthur Least make up row 3, with Dustin Strauss on the inside of row number 4. Those are the majority of your big names here this weekend. And again, a great run for Jet Nolan. We'll see if he can get another good start as we get the green flag to turn 1. We're underway here in Senior Rock. Austin Garrison able to slide in front of Ryan Norberg, who gets put off in the dirt. Norberg going to fall back quite a few positions. Ryan Norberg not getting a good start. He's still going to get caught up. And Norberg into a big incident. 3, 4, 5. That's over half of your field caught up in turn number 1. One of the biggest traffic jams seen in Palm Beach in a while, and the biggest one this weekend. Everyone able to get back going. Still a couple drivers stuck. I don't believe we'll be having to go under red flag conditions. But once again, Ryan Norberg's weekend goes from bad to worse. Another driver in is Jesse Krill, the top card entry. He had a great start to heat number 1 to finish inside the top 5. Not going to be able to do that here this time. Once again, Austin Garrison and Ben Barnicoat find themselves out in front, and they both were swerving the tire on the front straightaway. I don't know if there's some more dirt kicked on the track from when Norberg went off. That's where I'm guessing, because Norberg got pushed off wide off the start in the PSL Karting Barellard as they went 4 wide for second. Regardless, Ben Barnicoat in the Fullerton USA entry seems to have found some speed overnight. He is not too far back from Garrison, although has lost a good bit of ground out of turn 5. Out of the final turn, Garrison still holding that gap at a comfortable margin here back to Ben Barnicoat. They're catching up to one of the other Fullerton entries who is about to go a lap down as he looked to have been involved in the incident in turns 1 and 2. Dustin Strauss was able to make good off the start as well. He's gone into the 3rd position. Arthur Least runs in 4th with Jet Noland in 5th. Noland being able to still have a good start after slotting a place in line on the inside. Ryan Norberg has gotten back going, but he's at the tail end of your field. Ben Barnicoat trapped behind his Fullerton USA teammate right now, and that's going to cost him a lot of time. I'm sure he's frustrated about that one. He'll go on by into turn number 11, losing a good bit of ground to Austin Garrison and giving up some to the 3-car pack behind him with Dustin Strauss at the helm. So it's 3 cars here in the battle for 3rd with Strauss, Least, and Noland, and they're all catching up to that Fullerton driver with an issue. Strauss going to do a great move to the inside in turn 2. He'll lose a little ground off the exit, and Arthur Least up to the bumper into 3. He'll look to the inside. Arthur Least through to 3rd, capitalizing on Strauss getting bogged down behind the lap cart. Jet Noland also up to the bumper of Strauss, forcing Strauss to defend in turn 5. As we have a couple other drivers in the back of the field losing some ground. Abby McLaughlin, another driver with an issue here in turn number 1. Multiple carts going off the racetrack here. A lot of these drivers starting their braking right at the transition to the concrete. And there is a definite difference in grip. We're seeing quite a few drivers completely miss turn number 1 on the entry because they lose their traction they need when they get onto the concrete, especially if any dirt gets kicked onto it. As we saw early on here at the end of lap, there was so much dirt behind the cart getting shoved wide in the exit of the first turn on the racetrack. Off the start anyway, and a few more as well out of turn number 11. So that caused them to lose some clean racetrack heading for turn number 1. And it's captured a few drivers making contact with the barriers on the exit of the turn. Up front though, your leader is still Austin Garrison. Second, Ben Barnicoat. Third is Arthur Least after getting by Dustin Strauss. Has pulled a couple kart lengths advantage over the Floridian. Arthur Least having a fantastic senior debut here this season. He was able to come away with 2 second-place finishes in the first ever Rock Senior and a Rotax Senior start in the United States back in Homestead. Now in his 2nd weekend aboard the Rock Senior package, Arthur Least qualified 6th. He's up to the 3rd spot here, making some smart moves off the start, and is looking to track down the United Kingdom's Ben Barnicoat. The Englishman losing ground to Austin Garrison, who once again has a gap big enough to simply take it easy. Of the comp car driver, Austin Garrison through the S's, you will barely see that thing move. And that tells us two things. Number one, that comp cart is hooked up here this weekend. No issue dialing it in like he had at Homestead, at least to start. And it wasn't like a big issue for Garrison. He was still in the top three, just needed about an extra 10 to challenge Norberg. This weekend, it's Norberg trying to play catch-up as Garrison snagged the pole by about a 10th and had about another 2/10 back to the rest of the field after Norberg. And sometimes, especially with tracks like Homestead or any time that you'll run a super soft tire like the Avinco tires used in the senior classes and DD2 and divisions as well, you worry about being so quick early on in the weekend as Austin Garrison is right now because the track is going to change so much. But this weekend, International Raceway does take rubber, but we only have the Bridgestone tires for the Rock Series. They are fairly soft, not as soft as the Avincos, and in between of a medium and soft compound being used for the Rock Cup USA program. So they are laying down a fair bit of rubber. Most drivers have been here turning laps since as early as Monday or Tuesday this week, some coming in a little later as Thursday or Friday. And so while the track will grow up, it's not going to change all too much. And Austin Garrison has quite a few years of national experience, J3 competition, one of the best teams in the country for many years now. So combining those two brains of knowledge, and I'm sure they know exactly what to do to keep that comp cart freed up throughout the rest of the weekend as the track may get a little bit stickier. We are on a warmer racetrack today. We're also getting some intermittent cloud cover, especially over the back section of the racetrack, so that does play into things as well. But it's not holding Austin Garrison back whatsoever. It is deja vu here from heat number one with Garrison leading and Barnicoat second. Barnicoat just unable to find the extra bit of pace that Garrison currently has. He looks back here heading into turn number 11 and sees he's got about a straight back to the Englishman. A couple more drivers going around in turn number one as Austin Garrison, the first driver to receive the 2 lap to go signal, as his perfect weekend continues here in Palm Beach. A near 3-second advantage for Austin Garrison with about a lap and a quarter to go. Ryan Norberg's charge back to the field has put him up to 13th overall, as we've had quite a few drivers DNF. Only 23 or 25 appearing to still be running here at the end of this one. Some of the other names involved in that incident besides Jesse Krill, Victor Franzoni, the driver who started in third, I believe, as well as Augusto Soto Sharipa was involved in that incident on the first lap. Well, looking for your race leader, Austin Garrison, you'll find him over in the back section of the racetrack as he makes his way into turn number 6 for the final time in heat number 2. A big advantage back to Ben Barnicoat, who has been getting reeled in by Arthur Least and Jet Nolan for the past few laps. But it doesn't appear anything will change in the top 5. Austin Garrison back to Ben Barnicoat. Another easy victory as he cruises to the finish. Austin Garrison, rounding turn number 11, will win his second heat on the weekend. Ben Barnicoat finishes in second once again. Arthur Least in third. Jet Nolan in fourth. Dustin Strauss rounds out the top 5. Micro Rock on the racetrack. Elliot Cox going to start on the outside of Sebastian NG. This is going to be your biggest group for the heat races at 34 drivers strong. Danny Dzelski again had a problem in qualifying that made him unable to complete a single lap. He's been working on some speed. He starts at the back of your field. The rest of your drivers were all able to turn solid laps at least, which has spaced them out based off their raw speed. At least that was early on in the day Friday. Things change, and we're now nearly halfway through Saturday, and it is time to go racing for the second heat race on the weekend. Micro Rock into the tram lanes. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 11. Side by side for the lead. They're 3 wide for third, and farther back, even 4 wide as they exit the final turn. 5, 6 drivers still all the way down to the grass back in your field, and it's Sebastian NG out in front. 4 wide to turn number 1. Everyone going wide. Mateo Rubiolo gets turned by Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., who went in way too deep there onto the braking zone. Carrasquedo Jr. comes out the worst of that incident. He may have either lost traction or something, but he threw it in really deep, forcing the issue to go 4 wide, and unfortunately made contact with Rubio Luengo. Meanwhile, Sebastian NG with a fantastic start. Miguel Costa, your winner from round 1, having a good start as well. First and second. Third off the start here looks to be Mateus Ferreira in the number 27. Then in fourth, it's Brandon Carr, the Englishman, running here for the Bennett Kart team once again in the Florida Winter Tour Micro Divisions. P5 looks to be Elliot Cox. We've got a change in the lead. Miguel Costa into the top spot in turn number 11. A good pass, clean and through, as we've got a challenge for third. Brandon Carr looking to the inside of Mateus Ferreira. Move Brandon Carr into the third spot. Back in fifth, it's Elliot Cox. Sixth is Alex Powell. And seventh, another driver we have not seen this far up, looks to be at least off the start, is Jamie Newton. Newton has been on the outside edge of the top 5 for a while.
No, you can have them. They're mine. Take them. Yeah, they're all yours. Okay. Aw, damn it.
A big train of karts in the mid-pack, but it's a 4-kart breakaway out in front here with Miguel Costa leading the way. Battle for second, Brandon Carr, after getting by Sebastian NG, going to lose the spot in turn. Going to go 2 for 1. Sebastian NG through to the lead in turns 1 and 2. Miguel Costa down to second. 2 drivers caught up on the inside of turn number 1. One of them looks to be Noah Baker. The other one, possibly Jorge Ortiz. Into turn number 6. Miguel Costa, though, still leads the top 4. Elliot Cox trying to get some help from behind with Alex Powell pushing away to catch the leaders. They are making up a little bit of ground, it looks like. Jamie Newton along for the ride, along with the driver in 4th right now. That's the number 19, Burrell Art. Of Sebastian Garzon. Then Ferreira, he's been shuffled now down to the 9th spot. That's Ian Aguilera Etoile up into the top pack as Ferreira's fallen back. Battle for the lead. Brandon Carr through to the top spot. He'll go away, take it away from Miguel Costa as Sebastian NG loses a lot of ground out of turn number 2. A lot of shuffling. Now Mateus Ferreira gets nailed. He'll get involved with the Burrell Art of what looks to be the number 19. Once again, we just called him moving forward in the field. Sebastian Garzon and Mateus Ferreira involved in an incident in turn number 1. One more going around. It looks like the 31 of Jorge Ortiz, possibly involved again in an incident. So he spun looking to come up to Ferreira. Now Ferreira going to have to get out. He'll lose that. So it's a 3-card breakaway as Sebastian NG's lost some ground here to the top cards. More shuffling even farther back in your field. A lot of drivers back and forth we go. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and trying to make up some more ground as he's up to the bumper of Jacob Kolar farther back. But up front, a 3-cart breakaway. Brandon Carr, your leader. Miguel Costa in second. And in third, it's Ian Aguilera-Etoile. Sebastian NG is not too far back. He's also got Elliot Cox, who started on the outside of the front row, with Alex Powell behind him. Powell, though, having to fight back from Jamie Newton, who goes to the outside in turn number 4. They'll both lose some ground to 5th place, Elliot Cox, as Powell defends a little bit into 5. Out of turn 7, Brandon Carr has... He's still holding Miguel Costa back. A couple of kart lengths here every straightaway, although Costa going to pull back up into the draft down to turn number 11. They're actually starting to gap the driver in third, Ian Aguilera-Etoile, to make it a 2-kart race. 2 Bennecks out in front. Costa running on his own in the MC Racing banner, and Carr into the Bennett kart 10. Into turn 1. No challenge yet from Miguel Costa. He'll wait in line. Elliot Cox threw it in deep there to turn number 1. He'll lose a good bit of ground on exit to Sebastian NG. Gained a good bit as well under braking. Alex Powell onto his bumper. They both have pulled away now from Jamie Newton over the past half a lap. So bunch shorting a little bit in terms of the distances between the drivers. Although one thing that is not coming back together is the battle for second and third, as it looks to be Miguel Costa onto the bumper of Brandon Carr for a potential battle for the lead. Ian Aguilera-Etoile has lost touch with your leaders and is about to be swallowed up by the next pack, led by Sebastian NG. Down the back straightaway into turn number 11 for Brandon Carr. A great run here this weekend as he exits turn 11 and heads down the front stretch to turn number 1. This time Costa even closer than before. He'll look to the inside. Miguel Costa down to the bottom, but Brandon Carr going to throw it in real deep on the outside. He'll hold him back here through turns 1 and 2. Into turn 11, Brandon Carr once again has Miguel Costa looking to the inside. This time, Costa gets it done. A great pass in the final turn coming to the white flag. But Miguel Costa going to lose it right here to turn 1. Here comes Brandon Carr back to the inside. Costa will let him in line. He'll tuck back in. And Brandon Carr back to the lead in one turn. This battling is exactly what Ian Aguilera-Etoile needs. Here comes Costa looking to the inside in turn number 3, and Carr throws the block. No chance for Costa, unable to get through. Into turn number 4, Brandon Carr still holds the top spot. Elliot Cox going on by Sebastian NG for 4th. He'll now try to close up to Ian Aguilera-Etoile for 3rd. A 2-card gap here for Brandon Carr with some smart racecraft, putting him in the top spot with half a lap to go. Out of turn 7, a 1-card advantage. Brandon Carr just needs to hold on one more straightaway. Miguel Costa, though, got a great run out of the S's. He'll close the gap up to Carr. Carr to the inside in the final turn, all the way to the bottom. Move back up to get a good turn. Costa trying to get a run up to the bumper. He cannot do it. Brandon Carr wins Heat 2. So a great race here in Micro Rock, especially out in front between Miguel Costa and Brandon Carr at the end. Brandon Carr, your winner in the second heat. Miguel Costa finishes second. Ian Aguilera to our third. Sebastian NG and Elliot Cox put on quite the show for the fourth spot there in the top 5. Quite a few big names also getting knocked outside of the top 5 positions as we look farther back through your field. Mateo Rubio Luengo was one of the quickest drivers in practice, qualified in the top 10 in qualifying, and now he was involved in an incident. He's at the back of your field. Mateus Ferreira also had a bad finish. Of course, he'll have to suffer a complete DNF after getting involved with Garzone in turn number 1. Noah Baker as well with a poor result here after starting inside the top 10 on the 4th row. Baker going to have to try and really make up for that in heat number 3, along with Ferreira and Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. as well, another driver who was very fast in Homestead, just going a little bit too wide in turn number 1. A couple of minor errors that put him in a bad position to get shuffled back or knocked back, and he finishes outside the top 10. Next up, it is time for the Masters Rock Division to take to the racetrack in the single-speed Masters class at 12 drivers strong. Then it'll be time for Shifter Masters and Shifter Senior before we take our lunch break today here live on MaxSpeedEntertainment.com and through Race Monitor, the official live timing and scoring app of Max Speed Entertainment and the Florida Winter Tour. Still one straggler at the back of the field for Masters Rock as Pippa Mann. She'll try and catch up to the field. Will wave off the first attempt of the start. And I believe that's going to be allowing the top car driver to catch up. We got 2 drivers that ended up even getting spun around at just 12 drivers and a waved off start. We still managed to have 2 drivers go through the spin cycle off the first turn. The Masters Rock drivers always out to impress here in Palm Beach. Gaia Magno, your pole sitter, as we'll line them up once again as they head through turn number 1 and 2. The Shifter Master Rock division is currently on the grid, and they'll get set to head on out. Again, 6 drivers strong in that one. I believe Vicky Bryan did go out for warm-up this morning. We'll see if we will find her on the grid for that, as she unfortunately was unable to make it for the first heat race of the weekend. But Gaia Magno and Pedro Cabrera again make up the front row. Magno looking to give Orsalon Racing its 2nd consecutive win in the class, with his 2nd consecutive win and his 2nd consecutive perfect weekend, sweeping every session and leading every lap of competition. Magno only had 1 challenge in Homestead, and that was for all of 2 corners where he lost the lead. Besides that, it's been the Gaia Magno show here in Masters Rock, and he is continuing it here in Palm Beach. Pedro Cabrera, Rodrigo Espina, and Miguel Gransal finish out the first and second rows on the grid. We're into the tram lanes, and we will look for the green flag. It is in the air. We're underway to turn number 1.
That guy last just got 6 spots.
A big jumps from one driver near the back of the field. 2 wide for second. Gaia Magno's lost the lead. Rodrigo Espina, although he'll miss turn number 1, Magno goes through. Rodrigo Espina held the lead for all of us straight away, but he missed it in the braking zone. Gave the door open to Gaia Magno. That one mistake was all Magno needed. New Gaia Magno in turn 2. He now leads through 5, and behind him, Pedro Cabrera's also taken advantage. He's gone through to the 2nd spot with Espina in 3rd. Jason Nazario, the driver running in the 5th spot for the AKT Racing Team, got a solid start as well. A 6-card breakaway as one driver goes around in a place we've not seen anyone spin this weekend. That's the number 657, I believe, of Francisco da Costa. He went around over in turn number 11. Don't know if he had any contact there. Out in front, Gaia Magno already pulling out a big gap over Pedro Cabrera. Rodrigo Espina still runs right behind him, and then it's Miguel Gransal in 3rd. Jason Nazario 4th in line. Pippa Mann 5th in line. Again, this is the battle for 2nd right now, is a 5-cart breakaway from the field behind them, and they have definitely lost touch with Orsalon Racing's Gaia Magno. Pedro Cabrera got a little bit held up in the S's section, bogging the cart down just ever so slightly. Rodrigo Espina tucking up to his rear bumper into 11, but did not make a challenge for the position. Miguel Gransal is right there as well as they head for turn number 1. Gaia Magno continuing to impress here at the Florida Winter Tour and Masters Rock. Every single session, he is miles above the field here. As we go side by side for 2nd, Cabrera defending to turn number 4 over Rodrigo Espina, who runs in 3rd. Miguel Gransal runs in 4th. Again, 4th in line. This is the battle for 2nd. Correction, 3rd in line, 4th on the racetrack, and then 5th in line is going to be Jason Nazario. Have pulled away from Pippa Mann, who has now dropped off the tail end of the pack to make it a 4-cart battle for 2nd instead of 5. Man aboard the top cart team in entry. Heading through the S's, we are seeing some gaps beginning to form here, even out of this four-cart pack. Miguel Gransal losing a lot of ground to Rodrigo Espina as he tries to hold back Jason Nazario. Nazario and the AKT Racing Team FA cart all over the bumper of the TV Kart USA entry. Into turn 11, he'll stay behind him for now. We'll see if Nazario makes a bid here in turn number 1 as Gransal has lost touch with the battle for second. Gallo Magno continuing to lead here in Palm Beach. Pedro Cabrera second. Rodrigo Espina third. Not too much excitement happening outside of the false start here in Masters Rock that we've had, and that's pretty characteristic of the class here so far in 2017, as Gallo Magno has made it look easy and also made it look pretty boring with how big of a lead he's able to gap so early in every single session. Of course, kudos to him for being able to be that far above the field. But Gallo Magno making it look easy. As I said here, he'll watch him through the S's just like with Austin Garrison. Hardly any wheel movement, whereas the rest of the field, they'd be fighting a little more to get their carts to rotate. The cross flag signal being given this time by Pedro Cabrera. Lost about 2/10 last time, so while they lost quite a bit in the opening laps, they're only about a 10th or 2 off the pace of Gallo Magno. Again, just still a step ahead of the field in Masters Rock. Next up will be the Shifter Masters drivers. Again, 5 carts in total, or 6 carts in total for that one. And then again, our last class on the weekend, the Shifter Senior Rock Division. After falling off Pedro Cabrera and Rodrigo Espina, Miguel Gransal has kept it pretty close here to the top 2 drivers in the 4-cart pack. He's actually closed the gap just a little bit the past couple of laps, up to 2nd and 3rd. They're all still trailing Gallo Magno by a big margin, but that pack coming back together here in the battle for 2nd. Cabrera still holds the position, Espina in 3rd, Gransal in 4th, and 5th overall is Jason Nazario. Pippa Mann running in the 6th spot, has 1 driver to deal with. It looks like Francisco da Costa behind her. Also a correction from earlier with... No, that's Mark Julian there behind Pippa Mann. Francisco da Costa was the driver who spun earlier. He's teammates, I believe, with Mark Julian, running the identical sticker kits here in Palm Beach. 2.5 laps remain here with Gallo Magno continuing to pull away. Last time by 0.7 of a second quicker than Pedro Cabrera, although Cabrera did have to fend off a little bit of a charge from Rodrigo Espina. Well, 1 driver hard into the barriers here at the exit of turn number 1. That looks to be possibly David Ritchie here, or Jesus Robles, I believe. Ritchie aboard the... He has pile drive the plastic barriers on the exit of the turn, trying to get the cart back going. It appears like he has. Into turn number 1, Rodrigo Espina goes a little bit wide. Miguel Gransal will slot in line, and Espina loses another spot. Jason Nazario goes on by here with 2 laps to go. Rodrigo Espina tried to go to the outside as Cabrera braked to the inside to defend. He gave up 2 spots in the process. That was actually the number 626 of Augusto Aguilar, who went into the barriers there in turn number 1. Our Max Speed Entertainment track staff already correcting those back to how they were, so we're good to go there. He's actually going to lap down now to Gaia Magno, who's just taken the white flag. Magno with no pressure from behind, but a change in third as Jason Nazario tries the inside on Miguel Gransal. He'll get bogged down. Rodrigo Espina goes on by out of turn number 2, and Espina going to pull up to Gransal's rear bumper in turn 3. They've all fallen off of Pedro Cabrera, who sits comfortably in second, but an all-out brawl here for the third spot as Espina is closing to the bumper here of Miguel Gransal. Flag in the air, a cruise to the finish here for Gaia Magno, making it look easy once again here in Palm Beach. He continues his perfect sweep on the weekend as he gets set to bring out the brooms once again come Sunday afternoon. Pedro Cabrera finishes second, Miguel Gransal third, Rodrigo Espina in fourth, and Jason Nazario finishes in fifth. Shifter Masters currently on the grid. Again, Rock Shifter Master is at 6 cars strong this weekend. They've been split away from the Rock Shifter senior class, which put on a great battle yesterday for heat number 1. We're almost done with the second round of heat races here. 10 laps strong for all the full-size classes. 8 laps for the mini and micro rock divisions. And then we'll take our lunch break before returning for heat number 3 and 2 last chance qualifiers with the increased field size of Junior Rock and Mini Rock from Homestead. We need the drivers of the number 81 and 60 from the Micro Rock Division 60 and 81 to report to the steward's office. Again, the drivers of the number 81 and the 60 and 81 need to report to the steward's office. So as we look to get them lined up, Shifter Master Rock on the grid here into the start boxes. All 6 drivers lined up for the green. We'll look to Cam Egger up on the starter stand. He'll bring the flag up nice and slow. As soon as he drops it, we're green, racing in Shifter Rock. Down the front straightaway here, your leader, Farshad Bagheri, with a good jump. Behind him, Igor Molkin, under pressure here from fellow Burrell Art driver Scott Davidson. But Davidson got even worse coming out of turn number 2. He's got pressure from behind as well for third with Vicky Bryan. Bryan again missing out on heat number 1, suffering a 6th place DNS finish. She's up to 4th from where she was slotted to start and is now knocking down the rear bumper of Scott Davidson. Behind her, the 2 drivers battling for 5th. It's the TB card entry of Carlos Piazza and then Janos Eiler in the number 667 running right with him as well. Vicky Bryan had a look down the inside for third, was unable to get there. Your race leader, Farshad Bagheri, leads lap 1. Bagheri around! Your race leader, Farshad Bagheri, completely misses the corner in turn number 1. He'll self-spin and get back going. A great recovery. Battle for second now. Vicky Bryan to the inside of Scott Davidson in turn 3. And we have a new leader, Igor Molkin. So Farshad Bagheri had it in the bag. It was going to be a clean sweep of the weekend. No one right now has the pace to challenge him, but now he's back and forth and has to play catch-up. A great recovery after going around once he saw that he had no chance of saving it, holding in the clutch to keep the motor running. Drivers really struggling this weekend with the lack of grip here in the concrete section for turns 1 and 2. As we go this time, Igor Molkin has to pitch it sideways through the first couple of turns to keep it rolling. Vicky Bryan as well, although she's got Scott Davidson right behind her. He'll look to the inside in turn 3. Scott Davidson now down the inside for second. Vicky Bryan back to third. A 4-car breakaway here from the rest of the field in Shifter Masters, which is only 2 other drivers, but still a great race out in front as we had Farshad Bagheri go around in turn 1. Now Vicky Bryan has a little bit of a bobble in the braking zone, and she's got Bagheri beating away at the rear bumper. They both lost ground, and now Scott Davidson closing the gap to Igor Molkin for the lead. Farshad Bagheri trying to find a way by Vicky Bryan. He's been unable to be successful in doing so thus far. As into turn number 6, Igor Molkin and Scott Davidson with the Burrell Arts 1 and 2 starting to gap away from Vicky Bryan after her bobble in turn 1. Into turn 11. Here comes Scott Davidson. He'll go down the inside, and Scott Davidson goes into the lead. Igor Molkin's right behind him, though he has the potential to challenge back in turn 1. Not going to do it this time. A 2-car length advantage holds for the top spot. Vicky Bryan still there in third. Farshad Bagheri unable to really recover. His spin was after he was pulling away out in front, and now, having fallen back to 4th, he hasn't really shown any kind of pace to get back forward. Scott Davidson, on the other hand, has climbed his way forward this race after fending off a challenge from Vicky Bryan, going by Igor Mulkin and then taking advantage of the fact of Bagari going around. He finds himself leading the way and pulling away as well here through the S's. Into turn 11, here comes Farshad Bagari. He unable to make it stick on Vicky Bryan, still in the 4th spot. Cross flags being given to your race leaders here. Igor Mulkin struggling in the braking zone of the Burrell Art Machine. As he was trying to get that kart wound down, he really had to shake the steering wheel back and forth to keep it from coming out from underneath him, like what happened to Bagari a few laps ago. Down the backstretch to turn number 11, your race leader, Scott Davidson, has no pressure anymore. He's pulled away from Igor Mulkin. Mulkin running in second, has Vicky Bryan behind him. And now Farshad Bagari deep on the brakes again. This time a crossover by Vicky Bryan. She'll take back the 3rd spot. A good attempt there by Farshad Bagari to go to 3rd, but he was unable to make it stick. Bryan back into position number 3. Three laps to go this time by here in Shifter Rock Masters, with Scott Davidson leading, Igor Mulkin in second, Vicky Bryan in third, Farshad Bagari in fourth, Janos Eiler in fifth, and Carlos Piazza in sixth. Two laps to go for Scott Davidson and for Farshad Bagari to find any more ground. He was able to work his way past Vicky Bryan here in the past lap, and now Bagari sets his sights on Igor Mulkin. Farshad Bagari starting a recovery drive just a little bit too late right now with a lap and a half remaining. He has an outside shot at catching Igor Mulkin, but is really going to need to turn on the afterburners to get there. Meanwhile, Scott Davidson's pace unmatched here in heat number 2. Farshad Bagari set his best time of the race last time by with the pass. Went about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Igor Mulkin, who may be just cruising it now as we see the leaders head down the backstretch for the penultimate time. Rock Senior Shifters on the grid. They are our last class in the running order, which means after this we'll be taking our lunch break before following it up with another full run through the order here for heat number 3, and then the last chance qualifiers for Junior Mini Rock. Farshad Bagheri has significantly closed the gap to Igor Mokin. I don't believe he'll be able to get there in turn number 11. But as for Scott Davidson, a phenomenal drive here coming through the field in Shifter Masters. He wins heat number 2. Igor Mokin finishes second. Hard-charging Farshad Bagheri took the entire race to find his pace after losing the lead, spinning out in turn number 1 early on under his own doing. And Vicky Bryan comes across the line fourth with Janos Eiler in fifth. Carlos Piazza falling back later on will finish in sixth as soon as he crosses the line. Rock Senior Shifters on the grid, hopefully a little more exciting than what we just witnessed. Again, over 20 drivers set to do battle here on this one. They had quite a cluster of a start here yesterday. We had a drivers meeting again this morning to go over and make sure everyone is clear on the starting procedures. The flagger will look for a thumbs up from his race directors currently down on the grid. The assistant race directors down on the straightaway we start the drivers on. As soon as he gets the thumbs up, the flag will slowly come up, unfurled, again open in a standing formation for flags is where you hold them open without waving them, so it'll slowly come up above the flagger's head, and then as soon as he's ready for the field to go, he'll drop it, normally within a 3 to 5 second window. So that's the clarification the drivers needed yesterday when the couple drivers thought as soon as the flag shown open that was the green, and that was not the case, or at least the attendant case for our Max Speed Entertainment officials. But again, with over 20 drivers here in the Senior Rock Shifter Division, it was quite a battle yesterday, quite a show to watch, with Rubens Barrichello, Danny Formal, and AJ Myers all having a couple of stints in the lead before Barrichello put himself in the right position at the right time to lead on the final lap, the only lap he officially led in the heat race to win heat number 1. That was under the lights. It was a completely different racetrack with how late yesterday ran. A cool evening in Palm Beach. Now it is a warm, a gorgeous, sunny early morning to mid-afternoon round of heats here for our Rock Senior Shifters. The tinted visors have come back for everyone. No more clear visors means the game faces are now covered. But again, a completely different day. We'll see how everyone runs here this time. The quiet driver yesterday was Jimmy Cabrera. Again, your Rock Cup Senior National Champion after competing in the Florida Championship last year and then going to the National Championship in Orlando to win off the points. He has qualified second, again, with his experience here at Palm Beach in the Rock Cup USA Florida Championship, showing strong. And as well, Cabrera did not fall off, even with the changing track conditions yesterday. Cabrera was right in the thick of things in that 4-card pack. One driver who had a killer start yesterday was the PCR entry of Andrew Bodozo. Bodozo went from 22nd to 9th on the first lap of heat number 1 as many drivers fell back. Another driver who had a good start was Jonathan Tanan, but he also, I believe, was penalized for a jump start along with Matias Ramirez. Both drivers, again, just thinking the green flag coming up, and they hit the gas. They went to go, and then Ramirez tried to pull in the clutch to hold it, and realizing his mistake that they were not going green yet, and unfortunately then had contact with another driver at the start as everyone else got going, and it caused them to DNF on the Anderson Racing Team Burrell Art. So Ramirez looking to rebound from an unfortunate result yesterday. He is one of the youngest drivers competing in the class, along with Rory Vanderster in the Cosmic. Vanderster here in his second full season of national level shifter kart competition, and his first season, or first series run in the Rock Shifter Division. Everyone nice and clean into the spots. No one stalled this time. A beautiful start here. Shifter Senior, the flag about to come up. We look for the green. We've got it. Green flag to turn number 11. Everyone fans out nice and wide. Danny Formal and AJ Myers with a good start. They'll slot into second and first. Myers leads the way to turn 1. Rubens Barrichello gets through on Jimmy Cabrera. Cabrera running in the 4th spot. Gary Carlton with a great dive to the inside. Jonathan Tanan all the way out in the marbles. He's going to lose a ton of spots as he tries to make up some ground. More battles throughout the pack. Matias Ramirez with a solid start to position number 6. Gary Carlton going all the way from outside the top 10 into 5th as we see AJ Myers leading the way to turn 6. Yesterday, what was very interesting here about the Rock Shifter Senior category is even when the drivers began to defend their position after making a pass, let's say for second or third in the lead pack, they really didn't lose too much time to the driver in front of them. By taking a narrower line, especially with a 6-speed gearbox. They're able to downshift just maybe one more time if they take a very narrow line and get about the same launch out of the corner. AJ Myers hard onto the brakes here in turn number 1 as Danny Formal tries to close the gap to the Floridian. Formal in the DRT Racing DR chassis. Made up a little bit of ground in turns 1 and 2, really stuffing it in deep as Myers trying to get that momentum on exit. Rubens Barrichello slotted to 3rd. It looks like Juan Manuel Correa has gone into the 4th spot. He's shuffled Jimmy Cabrera back behind Gary Carlton, who is now going to fall victim potentially to Matias Ramirez. So AJ Myers and Danny Formal, your front runners here in the Rock Shifter category, headed down the backstretch into turn number 11 at Palm Beach International Raceway. They've still got a good gap back to Rubens Barrichello, but as soon as the battle begins, Barrichello will be looking to join in. Juan Manuel Correa has been fast as well. He'll look for the fight. Danny Formal, a late move to the inside of AJ Myers. He'll go through to the lead. Myers right back on the bumper though as they head for turn 3. A great pass for Danny Formal to go into the top spot. AJ Myers into 2nd. Rubens Barrichello 3rd. Correa still 4th. Carlton 5th, but much closer than last time. In heat number 1, Gary Carlton and Jonathan Tanan took a while to get through the pack, and by that time the bus had already left the station, and they were way beyond the top 4. This time, on the other hand, Gary Carlton right there, and so is Juan Manuel Correa, who is helping bring Carlton along up to Barrichello. Rubens Barrichello as well, closing the gap on his own here in the OGP Tony kart to Formal and Myers. And Myers right on the bumper of Formal. He'll go back down the inside in turn number 1. AJ Myers into the lead. So Danny Formal down to 2nd. Myers back into the top spot. Barrichello and Correa closing in. And behind them, Carlton, Ramirez, and Cabrera not too far back. Through turn number 6 for AJ Myers, your race leader. Danny Formal in 2nd. Matias Ramirez last time by went purple. Him and Gary Carlton are bringing Jimmy Cabrera along. They're all 3 catching up to the top 4. We've got a 7-cart train in the Rock Senior Shifter category, and the battle is about to really go down here for the lead as we get more drivers involved. AJ Myers, though, trying to keep them all behind him. He's pulled out a couple cart lengths away from Danny Formal since his pass last time by. Jimmy Cabrera working his way past Matias Ramirez back for the 6th spot. A clean pass there. They both lost a little time, though, to Gary Carlton, who is now making it a 5-cart battle for the lead. There's a big gap back from the top 7 to Jet Nolan in the NRM Motorsports Tony kart. And then it looks to be Nicholas Hargraves, followed by Rory Vanderstor and Colin Daly. Another good start for Andrew Bedozo. He's moved into the 12th spot here, making up 10 positions thus far as the cross flags is given halfway home. and Danny Formal closing up to A.J. Myers. Danny Formal really figuring out this concrete section, turns 1 and 2 every single lap. Another kart length off of Myers since Myers has gone by the second time. Rubens Barrichello was gaining a good bit on the top two earlier, but it seems like that has really held off for a little bit right now. Barrichello just sort of a kart length or two back in third. Juan Manuel Correa's closed up along with Gary Carlton, but Correa may not have the pace, maybe a half-tenth off of the top three as he is close, but a little bit closer to Carlton from behind than he is to Barrichello in front. Correa is very strong though through the S's, and so that's been able to move him a little bit closer forward. As we see your top three close together in turn one. Formal again to the inside. Rubens Barrichello right on the bumper of Myers. Danny Formal with another clean pass to the lead. A.J. Myers following him right down to the inside in turn three. Barrichello and Correa going to try and close. Gary Carlton, something must have happened to the Formula K driver over in the last half lap as he's lost a lot of ground to Juan Manuel Correa. Maybe an ill-advised move or something. Either way, Carlton now just on the outside edge of the top four. He's maybe 7 kart lengths back when they get onto the straightaway and get up to full power. As over 25 Rock shifter drivers get the engines to full song here down the backstretch to turn 11 and down to turn 1. Formal looks back. He sees Myers is there. Myers going to follow right behind. He's going to learn from his mistake last night to not leave the inside open to try and cross over. He knows that if he does, Rubens Barrichello would fill that hole just as he did in Heat 1, so Myers not going to let that happen this time. He'll just follow Formal whenever he defends, but that means that he's got to get creative if he wants to find a way back by the Costa Rican. Through the S's, Matias Ramirez has single-handedly reeled in the top 5. What a great drive here so far from the Anderson Racing Team pilot. He's closing the gap to professional driver Gary Carlton, the official IPK factory driver for Formula K. Once again, Formal going to defend into turn number 1. Myers right behind him, and it's holding at about a 2 to 3 kart gap. Back to Barrichello as well. Same distance and a kart length just to Juan Manuel Correa. Jimmy Cabrera has lost a little bit of ground. In fact, he's been reeled in by Jet Nolan, who's pulled away from Nicholas Hargraves. A 6 kart pack in front, another big one behind it. Danny Formal looking to set sail here in Rock Shifter. He's pulled a couple more tenths of a second in the back section this time by. We'll see if Myers can close the draft up down to turn number 1. But the white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. A.J. Myers need to get creative down to turn number 1. Full right to the bumper. No move yet. Myers still trying to get that good launch out of 2 as he gets a bumper full of Rubens Barrichello. A.J. Myers is running out of time, but as close as he is to Formal, I'm sure it's all part of his plan right now. Formal still leads, and that pack being checked out by the defensive driving has now caused Carlton and Ramirez to fully latch on, bumper to bumper for the top 6 spots in Rock Shifter Senior. Out of turn number 7, it is still Danny Formal leading the way over A.J. Myers. And this time into turn number 11, I don't believe there's anything Myers can do. Formal not even going to take a look back into the final turn on the racetrack. No challenge from behind. Danny Formal will win heat number 2 in Rock Shifter. A.J. Myers takes home another solid run to finish in second. Third to Rubens Barrichello. Fourth, Juan Manuel Correa. Fifth will be Gary Carlton. Sixth, Matias Ramirez. 7th was a great battle there at the end between Jimmy Cabrera and Jet Nolan. 9th to Rory Vanderster, and I believe 10th went to Colin Daly. if not Nicholas Hargraves. And it appears Hargraves may have gotten shuffled back there on the final lap. We'll take a look at our timing and scoring boards, and I guess Cabrera, Cabrera was able to get hold back Jet Nolan for 7th. Daly was able to get 10th. Gianfranco Mazzaferro with a good drive through to 11th. Andrew Badoso picks up 10 spots off the start to go into 12th. Nicholas Sanchez 13th. Jonathan Tanon 14th. Harry Gottsacker 15th. Ethan Simeone 16th. Carlos Fonseca 17th. Nick Hargraves 18th. Vincenzo Saraceno 19th. And Matt Berry 20th. A couple drivers involved in some incidents earlier on. Michael Stevens in the Anderson Racing Team. Burrell Art finished 10th in Heat 1. He DNFs. And Antonio Saraval also with an issue. It is time to take our lunch break today. We will be coming back to you live with the next round of Junior Rock Heat races for the final round of heats here on MaxSpeedEntertainment.com and live to the Race Monitor app, the official live timing and scoring app of Max Speed Entertainment. For everyone here at the 2017 VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, and with our official digital media partner, Motorsport.com, we'll take this short break here, and we'll come right back at approximately 1 p.m. with our third round of heat races here at the Palm Beach International Raceway. A final call for the drivers of the number 8, 1, and 6, 0 to the steward's office. If you do not report, there will be consequences. Again, we need a final call. Drivers of the number 8, 1, and 6, 0. This is very important that you both report to the steward's office. We just wrapped up day number 1 of 3 in the second round of the 2017 VCI, powered by AM Engines Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels Rock Edition. Again, we had a great day of racing, just as we've had at the past 2 weekends we've hosted here at the Palm Beach International Raceway. For the Rock weekend, we had quite a bit of chaos to start things off, with Dylan Gennaro scoring the pole in Junior Rock, and then him and Mateus Morgado in their first heat race being shuffled all the way outside the top 10 at the end of the first lap. Zachary Hollingshead was able to take home the heat race victory after we had Arias Stuke Majin and Sebastian Montoya make contact, and Hollingshead, being in the catbird seat, was able to capitalize.
Moving into the second Junior Rock heat, Tyler Gonzalez again started on the front row just as with Gennaro, and just as Gennaro did in heat number 1 for his first group. The second group with Gonzalez saw Gonzalez get shuffled farther back, but he did not let it faze him. Tyler Gonzalez proving once again why he's one of the best junior drivers in the country right now, as he was able to come back to the field very quickly without any kind of issue in terms of racecraft and find a way to win heat number 1 in dominating fashion over a second, the margin of victory. In Mini Rock, we saw quite a battle between Luca Mars and Connor Zilish in the closing laps, allowing Mars to get a victory there. We also had some exciting action in the second group for that as well. In the Micro Rock division, Mateo Rubio Luengo ended up leading the field to the green after being slotted to start in the 5th spot due to multiple failed attempts at the first row and then the 2nd row in the Micro Rock division. Unfortunately, Rubio Luengo was unable to hold on for the win, but still a solid start for the Georgia driver. In Senior Rock, Austin Garrison had a phenomenal run, getting a great start. Ryan Norberg, who started on the outside of the front row, not so much. Unfortunately for Norberg, he was actually put on top of Victor Franzoni in the first couple of turns, and it sent Norberg all the way to the back end of the field, at least a little bit farther outside the top 10. He fought his way back forward a second, but Austin Garrison was already gone and had put it on cruise control. In Masters Rock, once again, Gaia Magno finds himself at the helm of the ship, and he has been dominant. In Shifter Masters, Farshad Bagheri as well has been dominant, even more so than Gaia Magno, in a very anticlimactic heat race for the Shifter Masters. In Shifter Senior, our last class of the day, we ran so late due to other discrepancies throughout the day between medical necessities and everything else of the like. We found ourselves running under the lights at the Palm Beach International Raceway, which is partially why we're inside the AKT Racing Team tent doing our daily wrap-up. Under the lights provided a completely different racetrack for the drivers to compete on in the Shifter Senior Division, which allowed Danny Formal to initially get the lead with his tire pressure settings. AJ Myers then took a couple of chances at the lead after starting on the pole, but it was Rubens Barrichello playing his cards right and putting himself in the right position at the right time to find himself in the lead with a lap to go and a battle for second that allowed him to get away. It was a great show to watch to round off our day. And again, the Micro Rock and Mini Rock drivers, the biggest thing we have seen with this category is you never know who will come out on top. Miguel Costa, again, your winner from Homestead and Micro Rock, has the potential to win once again, and there's many more drivers just like him that performed well today. Again, for everyone here at Max Speed Entertainment, we'd also like to thank our supporting partners, Ray-Ban, the official sunglasses of Max Speed Entertainment, Race Monitor, the official live timing and scoring app of Max Speed Entertainment and the Florida Winter Tour, and Motorsport.com, our official digital media partner. For everyone here at the racetrack, both the racers and our Max Speed Entertainment officials, my name is Xander Clements, and that is your Day 1 wrap-up.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs of a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
So your junior drivers are. Dylan Gennaro. Testing, testing. Test 1, 2.
We're good. Thanks, Garrett.
So after some technical difficulties, we just witnessed a thriller here in the first Junior Rock heat race for the third round of heat racing. Dylan Gennaro, Arias Duke-Majin, Zachary Hollingshead, and Victor Shoma put on quite a show, but unfortunately the battle for second allowed Duke-Majin to get away in the closing laps. Green flag here on the second heat. They're underway to turn number 11. Tyler Gonzalez going to go toe-to-toe with Mateus Morgado. We're 2 by 2 for the lead down to turn number 1. More contact as they go to the first turn. Everyone trying to slot in line right now. Morgado going to get through everyone. Oh, 2, maybe 3 carts involved in an incident, but everyone continues. So it's Morgado leading the way. Gonzalez second. Ryan McDermott trying to hold back Sebastian Montoya. The two Barellards third and fourth. Now Montoya going to lose a spot to Diego Ramos in the Cosmic. Meanwhile, out in front, Mateus Morgado leads the way. Again, he had a bad run in the first heat race on the weekend, but a solid job in the second one. Now he's looking to keep Tyler Gonzalez from sweeping his 3 heat races, this being his third and everyone else's third as well, as we've got one driver slowing with a thrown chain at the exit of turn number 10. Ryan McDermott now going to come under fire from Ramos. Diego Ramos with a big slide job in turn 3. He'll go through to third. Now McDermott going to lose fourth over to Montoya in turn 4. Sebastian Montoya with a good move to capitalize as McDermott looked to try and cross over Ramos. Diego Ramos puts the NF Sports Cosmic up to position number 3. He leads that train of 5 carts and maybe more if Cody Crucker and Garrett Hughes can start working together. Out in front, Tyler Gonzalez has reeled in Mateus Morgado here. Junior groups C and D, the third and fourth place qualifiers. Now Gonzalez has gone through to the lead in turn number 11. Tyler Gonzalez, your leader. Morgado in second. Ramos in third. Montoya fourth. McDermott P5. Eduardo Barrichello running in the 6th spot. He's had multiple drives to position number 6, looking for a little more here in the final heat race on the weekend. Again, these heat races in Junior Rock are critical here for many drivers to ensure they have a spot on Sunday. 34 drivers will start the main event, and we've got 42 all vying for those spots. Again, the bottom 14 will go into the last chance qualifier as we've got a change in third. Sebastian Montoya with a great move to the inside of Diego Ramos in turn 6. He'll move into the third spot. Down the front straightaway, Tyler Gonzalez, Mateus Morgado, your leaders. Sebastian Montoya third. Ramos trying to hold back McDermott for fourth. He'll do it. Ryan McDermott going to try and cross him over. Not enough momentum. He'll lose that, and he may actually lose the 5th spot to Eduardo Barrichello if he's not careful. It took Tyler Gonzalez exactly 2 laps to go from second to first here after not being able to win the battle down to turn number 1 on the first lap. Gonzalez leading by a 3.5 cart length advantage over Mateus Morgado. Comfortably at the moment, Morgado has Sebastian Montoya a good ways back, and Montoya now being able to pull out a gap over Ramos and McDermott. Eduardo Barrichello seeing a challenge to the inside, back for the 6th position, and a battle for 4th. McDermott goes through on Ramos in turn number 11. Tyler Maxson with a good move to the inside of Garrett Hughes. He'll go through 1 spot. Gianna Torino will follow him. That's a little farther back, right behind Eduardo Barrichello, who's lost 1 position to the driver in front of him as well. That'll be Francisco Porto moving into the 6th spot ahead of Barrichello. Out in front, Morgado still in the draft of Tyler Gonzalez. We'll see if Morgado can mount a second charge to answer back to Gonzalez's pass a few laps to go in the final turn of the racetrack. Tyler Gonzalez, your leader here through turn number 8 and 9. It is Tony Karts and Burrell Art Chassis all the way down to 7th right now. 4 OTKs, 3 red and whites, and then we start to get a few more in the brand diversity. Again, Tony Karts as well, 8th and 9th, all the way back to 10th, 11th, and 12th here in the Rock Junior Division. Some more battling behind as we see Eduardo Barrichello now getting some pressure from Tyler Maxson, the Bennick driver, moving up to junior this year full-time. Here running on the FA chassis with the Bennick colors on it. Behind him, Garrett Hughes, Cody Crucker, Gianno Torino, and Nicholas Fabrice in an all-out battle here, headed through turn number 5. A 4-cart breakaway from the pack behind them, but they've also lost touch with the mid-pack led by Sebastian Montoya. So a couple of packs forming. Gets a tandem out in front, though, with Gonzalez and Morgado. Mateus Morgado, last time by, went purple. This time, if he gets a good run through turn number 11, might be able to make a move out of the draft as we see them get 4 laps to go in heat number 3. Morgado is unable to do it. Tyler Gonzalez with a good run out of the final turn on the racetrack. Now he'll look to the inside of turn 2. Mateus Morgado with a great move in turn number 2. But Tyler Gonzalez able to challenge back spot. Morgado going to wave him on by into turn number 3. So a great attempt to pass. We have not seen much this weekend there to the inside of turn number 2. And a great bit of respect there between both drivers as Gonzalez made sure he gave room even though he really didn't have to. If he would have turned in, I don't believe at the point of turn in, Morgado would have had the full inside lane, or at least the right to be there. So respect between the top 2 very high right now, and it's good to see in the heat races these kids showing a lot of patience, a lot of smarts right now, both Morgado and Gonzalez, because they know if they will battle, Sebastian Montoya will run them down. He's also got a pack behind him led by Canada's Ryan McDermott. That's 5 cart strong, and they could run them down as well. Out of turn number 5, Tyler Gonzalez leading over Morgado, and that gap has doubled since what it was last time by. It will be the double sticks, this time by the stripe for Tyler Gonzalez. 2 laps to go. Mateus Morgado with a good run through turn number 11, but still trailing by 2 kart lengths here down to turn number 1. Trying to find a little bit more. Tyler Gonzalez just holding him at bay right now. He's composed at the moment. It doesn't seem to be giving him any bit of anxiety here with Morgado hanging right behind him. Sebastian Montoya, Ryan McDermott, both have escaped the pack that they were once in. It's now having a battle between Tyler Maxson at the front of it, along with Francisco Porto in the Burrell Art Machine. Behind them still runs Eduardo Barrichello. He's in what looks to be the 7th spot. Diego Ramos had a great start, moving his 3rd, but the NF Sports Cosmic driver currently sits in 8th. Down the back straightaway here for the penultimate time. One more time around for Tyler Gonzalez, and he is pulling out a bigger gap every lap. Diego Ramos going to lose another spot. This time it looks to be to Garrett Hughes to the inside in turn number 11. Hughes with Team Zanella aboard the Tony Kart chassis moves into P8. Ramos possibly with an issue here in the NF Sports Cosmic as he is continuing to drop like a rock. Gianno Torino going to look to the inside in turn 1. some smart racecraft when he needed it here to make sure that not only did he get into the lead, but that he gave when he needed to and took when he needed to as well. Tyler Gonzalez with nearly 6 kart lengths back to Mateus Morgado and probably holding back the potential to run even larger of a margin. As he heads for the final turn on the racetrack, it will be a perfect run through the heat races. Tyler Gonzalez wins all 3 heats he's in and locks himself into the pole for tomorrow. Tyler Gonzalez with a great run here through the heats to take every single win convincingly. Mateus Morgado was close, unable to get there. Again, he finishes in the 2nd spot. 3rd goes to Sebastian Montoya, 4th to Ryan McDermott, and 5th to Francisco Porto. An unfortunate end to heat number 3 in the final corner on the racetrack for Diego Ramos. I believe possibly throwing a chain or something along the sorts. The NF Sports Cosmic driver had something amiss for the past couple of laps that caused him to fall back, lose a lot of overall speed, and now he finds himself all the way at the tail end of the finishing order here in heat number 3. A disappointing end to the afternoon for Diego Ramos. I believe he should still have enough good points to transfer into the pre-final comfortably. With the Junior Rock heat races wrapped up for the weekend, we've got our final round of heats here for the Mini Rock class, the other division that we'll be seeing a last chance qualifier for the bottom finishers later on today. Connor Zilich, the overall pole award winner, has had some bad luck here over today. He's had to overcome a lot of it, though, and been able to do so. He climbed back up to a 5th place finish in heat number 2 after getting shuffled all the way to the tail end of the field off the start. He finished 2nd in heat number 1, so even though he's gone to the back multiple times, Connor Zilish will lead your field to the green as he did in the past 2, and no matter what he does, I believe he should be practically locked in to the final. Alessandro DiTullio also had a bit of adversity to overcome in his own right in his 2 heat races. Again, a solid qualifying run for him. Now both drivers here qualifying inside the top 4. DiTullio qualifying in 4th, and the pole going to Connor Zilish. They make up the front row. Row number 2 sees Santiago Tracini, and to his outside, I believe it'll be a Burrell Art Chassis. Will confirm the rest of the numbers as they come across the line. We see Anderson Leonard here lining up in the 5th spot on the inside. Elio Giovanni lines up 6th. It's going to be the number 137 Orsalon Racing Benek entry of Diego Cantecha that rolls off 4th here. He qualified 8th overall. He was in the slow group after final practice and still put in a top 10 qualifying time. We'll see how he's able to fare here in his final heat of the weekend. Into the tram lanes we go. One driver out early. No green. A couple drivers looking to almost jump that start, and it was still too fast anyway. Again, it has to stay under 30 miles an hour by the time we look at that radar gun. And a few other factors that determine a clean start here for our race officials at Max Speed Entertainment events, including the 2017 VCI powered by AM Engines Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. So Zilish and Julio, again, your class of the field right now. They'll slow them back down. They'll get one more chance to try and start this off nice and clean. Zilish and DiTullio gonna bring your field once again into the lines. We're nice and clean here for mini rock groups A and D. Looking for the green. This time we get it. Green flag down to turn number 11. Connor Zilish going to try for a better start this time. I don't know if he got it. It appears like he might not have, as he's lost one position off the start. Alessandro DiTullio through to the top spot. Santiago Tracini got a good start, though. He's in 3rd. Side by side for 4th. James Agozi unable to make it work on the inside of Anderson Leonard. He's got what looks to be Elio Giovanni right behind him, although Giovanni going to challenge for position number 5 in turn 3. But Alessandro DiTullio gets the whole shot there through turn number 11 and keeping the momentum up on the exit as he leads the way to turn number 6. A bit of a breakaway for the first 4 karts back to James Agozi and Elio Giovanni. Then it's Diego Cantecha, followed by Brent Cruz and Annie Rule, and then the nitro kart of what looks to be Nikita Johnson. Down the backstretch to turn number 11. Brent Cruz looking to the inside of Diego Contecha. He'll take over that position. Cruz has been trying to work his way forward here this weekend. Another driver, one of the younger drivers, along with a Goza Mini Rock class, as Anderson Leonard puts a great slider down the inside of Santiago Trissini. James Agozi also takes advantage. Agozi goes on through. He'll lead the way down to turn number 3. Leading the way, at least in the battle for 4th. Your leader is still Alessandro Di Tullio. Connor Zilish runs in 2nd. Anderson Leonard in 3rd. Agozi in 4th. And then Di Tullio out in front by only a couple of car lengths as that pack is coming together. The top 6 anyway. Brent Cruz trying to latch onto it as well. The Nitro cars starting to roll. We've got quite a few of them here in this heat race. But it's currently the Parolin, the VCI AM Engines entry of Alessandro Di Tullio showing the way around. Connor Zilish and the Team Fallon Racing Energy chassis running in 2nd. Battle for 3rd, James Agozi to the inside. It looks like Agozi has gone on through to 3rd in turn number 11. A good pass for James Agozi on Anderson Leonard, but Leonard going to go right to the bumper, and if he doesn't pass, he may have Santiago Trissini making a move. No move there in turn 1. They'll go bumper to bumper out of 2 and down to turn number 3. Looking to the inside, James Agozi trying to hold back Anderson Leonard's response, and he'll do so. A good job holding him back, and now Leonard going to lose a spot in turn number 4. There goes Trissini. Here comes Giovanni on the outside in turn number 5, looking for a crossover move. Elio Giovanni with a good pass. He'll go through to 5th. Anderson Leonard from 3rd down to 6th here in the first half of the lap. Alessandro Di Tullio, your race leader. Connor Zilish 2nd. James Agozi in 3rd. James Agozi has been steadily marching forward every heat race. Here he is again here in heat number 3 with a better run than he's had in a while. Heat number 2 was pretty solid for the Kuna USA Bennick driver as well. Heat number 1 was decent, but not exactly where he liked it. But now running 3rd and closing the gap up to Connor Zilish. Behind him, Santiago Trissini and Elio Giovanni switching places with Giovanni looking to go ahead. Trissini still holds the spot, if we can tell, very similarly colored for both drivers. And Bennick suits and sticker kits and yellow and blue helmets. But it's Trissini still holding the 4th position over his Bennett kart teammate Elio Giovanni as we exit turn number 9 and 10 and head down to 11. That pack does go all the way back to Brent Cruz. He has latched on. So if you look, your leaders, a total of 7 karts in the lead pack right now for Mini Rock, groups A and D. And it's Alessandro Di Tullio, your 4th place qualifier overall, leading. Connor Zilish going to look to the inside, though. Connor Zilish through to the lead in turn number 1. Alessandro Di Tullio under fire out of turn 2 by James Agozi. Agozi going to pay for it, though. He'll have to throw a block to hold back Santiago Trissini. And just like that, the blue, black, and yellow Team Fallon Racing Group colors go to the front of the field. The VCI Parolin entry down to 2nd. Agozi's Kuna USA red and white machine in 3rd. Behind Agozi, it's Elio Giovanni, who has gone on by Santiago Trissini. Trissini still runs in the 5th spot. Santiago Trissini P5, Anderson Leonard P6, Brent Cruz P7. They'll all bungee cord together here through the first couple of turns. And it's Flipper, Connor Zilish, the Pied Piper right now headed to turn 3. Into turn number 6, Connor Zillish showing the way without much pressure from behind in terms of any attempts for the lead. They're still right there at any mistake he makes, but Connor Zillish, having taken the top spot, has not seen a response yet from Alessandro DeTulio. We'll keep our eyes peeled, though, as we go down to turn number 11. DeTulio up to the bumper in the draft. He'll look to the inside. Alessandro DeTulio through to the lead in the final turn of the racetrack. Connor Zillish holds on to second. James Agozi under fire from third. Here comes Elio Giovanni looking for it in the Bennick. And down the inside, Elio Giovanni trying to get by, unable to get it. Agozi swings wide, crossover move out of turn 2, side by side for third. Giovanni going to be able to try and get through. James Agozi still holds the outside. He'll slide in line to fourth. Santiago Tracini trying to hang in there. He's in fifth. Now looking for fourth on Agozi. He'll take it in turn 5. Anderson Leonard still sits in 6th, right ahead of his Nitro Kart teammate Brent Cruz. Cruz going to go on by. Leonard, he'll take over the 6th spot. Now a 2-kart breakaway. Alessandro DeTulio versus Connor Zillish. Ready to duel it out. Your front row from this heat race, making their way to the final turn on the racetrack as the laps wind down here in Heat 3. James Agozi trying to hold back another driver who just got 2 for 1. That looks to be either Santiago Tracini or Elio Giovanni. They're still shuffling for third. Giovanni now leads the pack. Tracini finding his way through. No, Tracini leads it. Agozi side by side with him. Still side by side for third. Agozi goes through. They make contact. Santiago Tracini, Elio Giovanni, all stuck together out of turn 2. Oh, what a disappointing end to heat number 3 for the Bennick drivers. They get hooked up trying to work together, and both will get back in. They'll get back going at the tail end of the field. Out front, Alessandro DeTulio and Connor Zillish run 1 and 2. James Agozi third. Brent Cruz fourth. Anderson Leonard fifth. For the final time in heat number 3 for groups A and D, Alessandro DeTulio leads into the final corner. He'll take a look back, go down to the inside. Zillish all the way on the high side. DeTulio going to try and make it a good run. Here comes Zillish on the outside lane, unable to get there. Alessandro DeTulio leads it. Zillish not going to do it in heat 3, but a very close run by Connor Zillish. Alessandro DeTulio, a great race here for the third and final heat. Mini Rock groups A and D. Connor Zillish finishes second. James Agozi third. Brent Cruz fourth. Anderson Leonard in fifth. And that'll round out your top 5. Again, unfortunate for Santiago Tracini and Elio Giovanni as they both get hooked together. They're exiting turn number 2 and send them both outside of the top 5 all the way to the tail end of your mini rock field. Luke Mars, Reese Gold, the front row for the final heat race in Mini Rock on the afternoon. We'll look for the green. We get it. Green flag down to turn number 1. Luke Mars with a good start. Reese Gold, not so much. In fact, he's side by side, 3 wide. One driver off hard in the dirt outside of turn number 11. That looks to be Lucas Rodriguez, who got shoved wide, and he falls all the way to the tail end of the field. Reese Gold still in a madhouse fight right now, right in the middle of the swarm, 3 wide. He's all the way down to about 10th or so, right in the mid-pack. Ashton Chilton had a good start, moving up right behind Luca Mars. First and second with what looks to be Justin Arsenault to position number 3. Side by side for 4th right now. Nick Terlecki going at it with Carson Morgan. Morgan going to come out with a spot. He'll lead that pack over to turn number 6. Luca Mars, your race leader. Ashton Chilton second, although he tried the outside. Now he'll pay for it. Here comes Justin Arsenault. He'll go to the inside in turn number 11. Change for second. Move Canadian Justin Arsenault to P2. Ashton Chilton going to cross him over. He'll look to the outside down to turn number 1. He'll tuck back in line now, thinking better of it as Luca Mars continues to lead. Luca Mars dominating victory in Homestead may not be the exact same here in Palm Beach unless he can pull another rabbit out of the hat on Sunday. He leads right now, but he's got Arsenault and Chilton right on his tail, and behind them Carson Morgan, Nick Terlecki very close as well. Dale Curran runs in the 6th spot, and then it's a big battle behind him. Reese Gold's in that thick of things. He looks to be up to the 9th spot, and we'll be looking for 8th on that driver right in front. That looks to be maybe Jeremy Fletcher. Meanwhile, up front, Carson Morgan is on a tear. Here he comes up to the rear bumper of Ashton Chilton, and Morgan has left Nick Terlecki behind. Challenge for the lead. Justin Arsenault goes through to the top spot on Luca Mars. And with that pass to back them up just ever so more, here comes Carson Morgan as Mars to the inside. Not going to do it. He'll back out and leave Justin Arsenault the lead. Mars with a great crossover move, though. He'll look to the inside in turn 3. Ashton Chilton going to give him some bump drafting help and push him through. Chilton going to go to second. And here comes Carson Morgan for 3rd. Morgan side by side with Chilton as Justin Arsenault tries to hold Nick Terlecki back. Into turn 5. Side by side for 2nd. Morgan through to P2. Carson Morgan with a good drive here ahead of Ashton Chilton as they head through turn number 7. Luca Mars, your race leader. Morgan 2nd, Chilton 3rd, Arsenault 4th, and Terlecki in 5th. Down the front stretch, Nick Terlecki had a look to the inside of Justin Arsenault. Not going to make a go for 4th. He'll stay behind. If they work together, they have a shot to catch the leaders, but Terlecki really sideways there. He botched that section, or maybe an issue. He's looking around, signaling to the right rear on the go-kart as he has a problem. Nick Terlecki may be an issue here in the Franklin Motorsports Merlin entry. Still trying to hang on. He's fallen all the way back up to Reese Gold. Back in the battle now for 5th. Gold was 6th. He'll look to the inside in turn number 6 and go right by Terlecki. Luca Mars, your leader. Carson Morgan 2nd. Ashton Chilton 3rd. Justin Arsenault in 4th. Nick Terlecki with a possible flat tire, at least what he was signaling. We'll see if that's the issue. He's going to stay on out. He may have subsided it for the moment as he heads for turn number 11. Whatever the issue was for Nick Terlecki, he's still digging away right now behind Reese Gold, headed for turn number 1. Carson also trying to go to work here on Luca Mars. He's pushed him away from Ashton Chilton right now to make it a 2-card battle for the lead. Behind them With Terlecki in 6, it's Jeremy Fletcher moving into the 8th spot right now behind Dale Curran. He runs just ahead of what looks to be the Tony Kart entry of Joey Atanasio, and then it'll be Rafael Diaz aboard the Parolin rounding out the top 10. Diaz breaking away from that pack behind him, which is still 2x2 farther back in the field. Lucas Rodriguez struggling to find the right opportunities to move his way forward. He's in that back of the pack as he started inside the top 10 and has been shuffled way deep in your pack right now. Into turn number 1, here comes Carson Morgan. He'll look to the inside of Luca Mars and move Carson Morgan through to the lead. Mars looking for the crossover though, a great move through turn 2. Luca Mars looking to answer right back down to turn number 3. Into turn number 3, Mars had to really tuck and hop in the seat to give it extra bit of RPM. Carson Morgan has some horsepower here this weekend. That package between the driver, the chassis, and the motor is rolling, and he looks to be maybe a little bit quicker than Luca Mars. Mars still looking strong, though, in the Energy chassis for Energy Corsa North America. He was able to battle back using the racecraft of being up front in cadet competition for many years now, still with another year potentially under his belt before he is even able to move up to the junior class. Down the front stretch, Luca Mars has Morgan again looking to the inside, this time in turn number 1. Morgan gonna try to really underdrive the corner. He still is gonna have Mars back on the inside, crossover once again. But this time, Carson Morgan with a better run out of the corner keeps the momentum up. Mars going to dive back down the inside in turn 3 after getting the draft. He'll go back to the lead. Luca Mars determined to hold the top spots every time. Carson Morgan makes the attempt there to the inside in turn number 1. He is thwarted as Donald Wharton with an issue here entering turn number 8, exiting 7, has an issue. He'll DNF this session. An unfortunate end to heat number 3 into his day if he's locked in. I don't know if he will be in the Bennett chassis. Wharton was hovering around the 10th to 12th spot in both of his heat races, which means he'd be on the outside edge of the top 28, especially with a DNF here in heat number 3. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Luca Mars. He'll defend down the inside. Morgan all the way up to the top side. He'll try and see if he can put the crossover move on Mars, but Luca Mars beautifully done through turns 1 and 2. He'll hold the lead. Morgan looked into the inside. Here he comes. Mars can't force him any lower. He's there. Carson Morgan through to the lead in turn 3. Luca Mars back and forth with them. A simultaneous battle behind them for third. Reese Gold has caught up to that group. He's going toe-to-toe with Hilton and Justin Arsenault. Now Morgan under fire. Mars, a great dive to the inside of turn number 6. Morgan back on him in turn number 7. Carson Morgan, your leader. Luca Mars back down to second. What a battle we are witnessing here in Mini Rock, the final heat race of the afternoon. Luca Mars down to the inside, Morgan in the middle of the racetrack, all the way down to the grass. Luca Mars trying to go through. Morgan looking to cross him over, side by side, down to the line. Carson Morgan, a great move. He'll win heat number 3. Luca Mars finishes second, third goes to Reese Gold, 4th to Justin Arsenault, and 5th to Ashton Chilton. So as we get set to go racing here in Senior Rock, Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg, your front row. Ryan Norberg has had nothing but bad luck in his heat races. Last time he got shoved off in the first turn off the green, and then falling down to 11th, he was caught in the middle of that traffic jam. No damage done to the Burrell Art, but he was stuck with nowhere to go. He crossed the line down in 13th. So looking for a much better start here this time. Austin Garrison, on the other hand, it's been a perfect weekend thus far. Nothing but clean track ahead of him. 31 Senior Rocks, and we're underway to turn number 1. Off the start, Ryan Norberg going to fall back maybe 3 or 4 spots, but not nearly as bad as before. He's right behind Arthur Least, with Jet Nolan right behind him as well. Dustin Strauss with a big bumper there, moving up as one driver is going to get shoved wide here off the first corner. That looks to be one of the Cosmic entries. Meanwhile, up front, it's Austin Garrison and Victor Franzoni, the top 2. Third is Arthur Least. Fourth, Ryan Norberg. Not nearly as good of a start. He's much deeper in your field. In fact, he's in the middle of the fray, all the way down the order. And he's going to give a big move. Wow, a big bump there to Jacob Abel. Ben Barnico just absolutely abusing a few drivers here as he hit Abel in turn number 6. Into turn number 1, Austin Garrison and Victor Franzoni, the leader. Garrison, a mistake. He'll move wide. Franzoni crosses him over. Not able to get there. Here comes Arthur Least. Ryan Norberg in the thick of things as well. And what looks to be Gabriel Paterli not too far back. That's the 382 Tony Kart machine. He's just behind Jet Nolan, who has latched on to the top 5. Unfortunately for Franzoni, though, he had to fight back from Arthur Least in turn 3. Ryan Norberg, a great dive to the inside of Arthur Least in turn 7. He'll go to 3rd. They're making Austin Garrison work for it here in heat number 3 for Rock Senior. Victor Franzoni closing back up to the comp cart once again here after losing a little ground with the battle behind him. Ryan Norberg also, he'll signal to work together to Arthur Least. They'll try and go single file through the first couple of turns. Everyone has been struggling with the grip level here in the first couple turns on the racetrack. So a 6-cart breakaway now is Gabriel Paterli able to latch on to the back bumper of Jet Nolan. Victor Franzoni still close, but not able to get within striking distance again of Austin Garrison. And that mistake may have been the only one that we'll see out of the comp car driver here in Palm Beach, because he is one of the most talented Floridians right now in karting, and one of the most talented to come up through the ranks as well, beginning with the Ocala Grand Prix team that really got him some of his biggest statistics, but now coming up on a 1-year anniversary with the comp kart operation and J3 competition, he is really beginning to thrive, helping develop the comp kart chassis, get it rolling even better. Lane Vacala is also here in the Senior Rock division. He's been making some strides in this division. Back at Homestead with a top 10 run. Looking for a little more here in Palm Beach, but a bigger group and a lot more competition this weekend at round number 2 of the 2017 Florida Winter Tour. See him a little farther back. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Ben Barnicoat there off the start that shoved him wide, but he's been on a tear through the field ever since. Again, I mentioned him making contact with Jacob Abel to pick up a couple of spots, and Barnicoat also now moving his way forward. He had a couple good moves. Now one getting by Lane Vacala. He'll now look for Abby McLaughlin to the inside farther back. Barnicoat on a tear back to the rest of the field. So I believe Ben Barnicoat may have started all the way at the tail end of the grid here for a technical change. He changed to a different frame in the Fullerton USA operation, and he's been making some strides forward. Ben Barnicoat right now in the Fullerton USA number 320 picks up another spot there, and he'll move near the top 10, although he's running out of time to get forward because those guys are starting to break away even more outside of the top 6. Dustin Strauss currently runs in the 7th spot. Then it'll be Logan Cusson, followed by Jesse Krill. Out of turn number 5 here into turn number 6, Austin Garrison still leads by a solid margin back to Victor Franzoni, who is slowly being reeled in by the PSO karting Barellart of Ryan Norberg. As Norberg heads down through the S's towards turn number 11, he might have a shot at Franzoni in turn number 1. These two have gotten together multiple times here this weekend, unintentionally on every single account. I don't know if any time was intentional whatsoever, but in both cases, they've had a lot of bad luck in the heat races, and they're looking to change that here in the final heat on the weekend to give them a better starting spot for the pre-final tomorrow. Again, Norberg got a very good run in the first heat race on the weekend. He finished, again, 12th or 13th in Heat 2. Now he'll go to the inside here for second on Franzoni in turn 5. He's fully through now to turn number 6. Ryan Norberg to position number 2 and just has one more driver in front of him, and it's the one he's been having a rivalry brewing with over the past month and a half, Austin Garrison. Now everything's been civil between these two. Last year in the senior classes, both for the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, it was Ryan Norberg versus Kyle Kirkwood. Norberg, a privateer on a Tony kart, so representing Orlando Kart Center, and Kirkwood for the Ocala Grand Prix operation. That year, Kirkwood ended up leaving about midway through to join PSL Karting, and Norberg and Kirkwood dueled again at multiple different events throughout the end of the season. Now, with Kirkwood moving up to the next step in motorsports and moving on to car racing, a seat was vacated for the main single-speed senior division over at PSL, and Norberg has taken that slot. Austin Garrison was also on the OGP operation back at the beginning of last year. He competed mainly in the shifter divisions in the Rock Cup USA weekend, and then right around the same time Kirkwood made the jump over to PSL Karting, Garrison had the opportunity to hook up with the guys over at J3 Competition. He leads the way right now, and again, he made that swap a little bit after the Florida Winter Tour. But for the past month and a half, it has been these two drivers that have been winning every single session. No one actually has come out on top in any senior single speed session for the Florida Winter Tour in 2017, Rotax Max Challenge, or Rock Cup USA than Ryan Norberg or Austin Garrison. So as Garrison leads right now on track to another clean sweep, just as Norberg did in Homestead Brock, he has to keep that on the back of his mind that if he doesn't stay up with the track and keep that car tuned in, it could be the same fate that Norberg experienced, where Garrison was able to come from a decent starting spot in the pre-final due to having a disqualification in Heat 3. He had to make up some ground, but was so he worked all the way up to second in the pre-final, or correction, third in the pre-final, and then would go on to win in the final. Ryan Norberg should be around that 5th to 6th place starting spot based on a second place finish and potentially another second place one as we get the white flag here in heat number 3. Because like I said, Norberg with a 12th or 13th place finish in heat number 2. Again, a second or top 3 finish in heat number 1, and now he's on track to a second place result here in heat number 3. He should still be in a good starting spot with the pre-final, especially if he's able to get on the inside, because he's had to start on the outside every single heat race, and in 2 of the 3, it's really bit him hard. Well, our focus has been on the top 3. Gabriel Paterle has also been able to get by Jet Nolan for the 5th spot to make that 3-cart breakaway for 4th. But out of the 3 carts out in front, there is one who has stood out all weekend, and he's going to round the final turn across the line first. Austin Garrison continues the sweep here in Palm Beach. Ryan Norberg finishes. Victor Franzoni finishes 3rd. 4th to Arthur Lease. 5th, Gabriel Paturli. 6th, Jet Nolan. 7th, Dustin Strauss. 8th, Logan Cusson. 9th, Jesse Krill. And 10th going to Augusto Soto Sharipa, who's finally starting to rebound after getting taken out in that big traffic jam last heat race. Micro Rock on the racetrack here. Elliot Cox and Brandon Carr, the first drivers out of the 34-cart grid. Again, a full grid here in Micro Rock. The 7 to 10-year-olds have been putting on a great show to watch every single session, and the grandstands continuing to fill here on both ends of the spectrum at the Palm Beach International Raceway. The fence is lining up. 34 Micro Rock drivers set to do battle. Then we'll follow that with the Rock Shifter, with the Rock Master division, followed by Rock Shifter Master, and then we'll have the Rock Shifter Senior class, which is always a good show to watch. Some of the best drivers, not only in the country, but from around the world, including a couple of factory karting drivers, an F1 driver, and a few more of North America's best shifter karting drivers here this weekend in Palm Beach, putting on quite a show to round off our day. But that's not exactly where our day today ends, because we have 2 last chance qualifiers in both Junior Rock and Mini Rock for the bottom 13 and 14 drivers in their division that did not make the top 28 cut based off their finishing positions from the 3 heat races. They'll be battling for the top 6 spots to transfer into the pre-finals on Sunday. A very fast start, a little bit too quick here for our micro rockers. Very quick there. That was about a 35-mile-an-hour reading, if I can see that from over here. So we'll take a look and try and line them back up again. Sebastian NG and Elliot Cox, again, your front row. Miguel Costa and Brandon Carr make up row number 2. Mateo Rubio Luengo, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. row 3, and both drivers having some bad luck in the last heat race. They'll be looking to rebound here in the final heat on the weekend. So while this class is not big enough to require a last chance qualifier, it is the full CIK level 34 karts, which means that these heat races are pretty important because it's hard to make up that many spots in a single session, which would be the pre-final, of course, tomorrow. Whereas in your Masters or Shifter Masters divisions at 12 or less, it's not the end of the world to start at the tail end of the grid. Again, we have 2 missing kart stands right now. One is a J3 competition Streeter stand. It's a red Streeter kart stand for J3 competition. Please return it to tech. And also we have a missing stand for with the number 27 on it and a Nike belt on it that belongs to Checkered Motorsports. Please return that to tech if found as well. So on the second attempt here, we're much slower. Sebastian NG, Elliot Cox, the front row, 34 micro rocks that are once again set to do battle. We had a great battle for the lead in the second heat race on the weekend. Let's see if we have another one here in heat 3. Looking for the green. We've got it. Green flag down to turn number 11. Through the mechanics hairpin and off to a great start. Looks to be Elliot Cox out in front. Behind him, a couple drivers kicking up dirt. One got turned around in the first turn off the start. Sebastian NG going to challenge for the lead in turn number 1. Sebastian NG with a good slide job. He'll go by Cox and move NG up to position 1. 3, 4 karts all around in turn number 1, including the likes of Emo Fittipaldi and Jamie Newton. Nikita Johnson also involved. 5 more other karts also involved in an incident in turn number 2, including Eli Troll on the Energy. That looks to be possibly Frankie Iadavea. We'll find out more here as a couple drivers being forced to get out of karts at the exit of turn 2. Meanwhile, up front, it's Sebastian NG, Elliot Cox, Miguel Costa, 4th, Mateo Rubio Luengo, 5th, Mateus Ferreira, 6th, Alec Powell, 7th, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., 8th, Noah Baker, 9th, Brandon Carr, 10th, Jorge Ortiz. Mateo Rubio Luengo with a big bit of help here from Alex Powell. Powell getting locked together, Elliot Cox, and now Gets shoved wide here by what looks to be Mateus Ferreira, and Alex Powell going to come out a big loser out of that one. He'll go all the way outside the top 10 as they're 3 wide, 2 rows deep down to turn 3. A lot of shuffling for the lead, but Sebastian NG still holds it. Miguel Costa second, Mateo Rubio Luengo third, and Alex Powell gets turned around, and it looks to be possibly including Brandon Carr. Alex Powell and Brandon Carr going around in turn number 4. I'm sure there was contact involved. An unfortunate way to start the final session of the day for these Micro Rock drivers. Carr able to get back going deep in the field. Alex Powell way deep in your field. Down to turn number 1, Miguel Costas taking over the lead from Sebastian NG with a great pass in turn number 11. NG going to look for a crossover on him here out of turn number 2, but Miguel Costa and the MC Racing Bennick leading the way. Sebastian NG in second, Mateo Rubio Luengo in third. Into turn number 4, still that 3-car breakaway up front. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. runs in the 4th spot ahead of Elliot Cox. Then it looks to be Mateus Ferreira in the 6th spot. 7th, Noah Baker. 8th, Jorge Ortiz. Correction, Ian Aguilera Atoir there in that 3-cart second group. He'll actually now go to the inside to battle for 5th on Elliot Cox. And he'll go through in turn number 11. Up front, Miguel Costa still shows the way as Sebastian NG rides in second. Mateo Rubio Luengo in third. NG with a big bump there. A little bit of a nudge, getting physical here with Miguel Costa. As Costa holds it strong, he'll still lead them out of turn 2. Miguel Costa showing the way as Sebastian NG now loses the 2nd spot. Mateo Rubio Luengo with a great pass in turn number 5. He'll go to P2 as Rubio Luengo moves up now and sets his sights on Miguel Costa in the MC Racing Bennick entry. With that pass, it is now given the opportunity for Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. to get a sniff of draft off of Sebastian NG. NG still runs in third. Carrasquedo Jr. 4th, Elliot Cox in 5th, Ian Aguilera Atoir now under fire from Mateus Ferreira for 6th. Elliot Cox trying to hold back Aguilera Atoir and Noah Baker there in the battle for 6th. Baker now pulling up to the bumper of Atoir. Then it's Jorge Ortiz. Oh, and Elliot Cox getting really bogged down out of turn number 2. An issue for Elliot Cox. Whatever the problem was, he's still slowing into turn number 3. He'll throw his hand in the air for a second and try and get back up to speed. A big-time bog down for Elliot Cox. Throws him all the way down to the clutches of Jacob Kolar on the outside edge of the top 10. Meanwhile, we're spacing up front as Mateo Rubio Luengo tries to reel in Miguel Costa through the S's here. Their great rhythm section at Palm Beach. The track has been taking rubber every single day that we've had the Rock Cup carts on the racetrack, and it's been taking it pretty evenly for the most part. A couple of big rubber patches, but outside of that, we have been delighted to see a track just simply taking rubber in a very standard manner. Unfortunately, the one section of the racetrack that is still tricky for many drivers is the concrete in turns 1 and 2 before the transition goes back to asphalt as they exit. This has been a big problem spot for a lot of the full-size classes. The micro rockers not seeming to have too much of an issue right now as Rubio Luengo still trails by about 4 kart lengths up to Miguel Costa. Good. Miguel Costa, your race leader here. Mateo Rubio Luengo still second. Sebastian NG runs in third. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. fourth, with Ian Aguilera Atuar in fifth, as we're going to come up to the white flag this time by. Rubio Luengo looked to be gaining a little bit on your race leader earlier on, but Miguel Costa has really made sure that no one's been able to touch him. The Benix driver, hot off a great round one victory here in Homestead, and as he leads the way out of turn number 2, a 5, maybe 6 kart length advantage back to Mateo Rubio Luengo. Costa and Rubio Luengo, no challenges either way, in front or behind, and while Rubio Luengo's tried everything he has, it will not be enough. Rounding the final turn, Miguel Costa drives a flawless final heat race. He will win heat number 3 in Micro Rock. Miguel Costa over Rubio Luengo, Sebastian NG in third, Ian Aguilera Atuar fourth, Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. fifth, Jorge Ortiz with a great drive to the field to sixth. Seventh to Noah Baker. Eighth ends up going to Nicholas Ambiato. Ninth with a great recovery from the spin in turn 4 to Brandon Carr. And 10th to Jacob Kolar. So that wraps up the heat racing action here for the Micro Rock division. We've got a little bit of a wait before the next big class goes out on the racetrack, the Shifter Senior Division. We've got Masters Rock currently on the grid, 12 drivers strong. Gaia Magno again being the class of the field. And we've got a couple of drivers just off to the side of the racetrack. We'll get the racetrack cleared here and set to go for Masters Rock as we roll through the rest of our day. A shout out from Miles Murray to all members of the Nitro Kart team, giving a shout out to especially Sofia de Arago and Sebastian NG in the Micro Rock division to tell them, let's go. Let's see if we can bring home another win for the team black, red, and white. Also, later on today, we'll be going with the first ever Max Speed Rapid Fire. It'll be live on Facebook, about a 5-minute show, something we're going to be debuting. We'd love to hear you guys' comments. Again, check it out, the Max Speed Entertainment Facebook page. We'll be going live at 4:45 p.m. Our driver will be Ryan Norberg, the driver who's been on fire for the past 2 rounds of the Florida Winter Tour, and here this weekend he's been pretty quick. Granted, Austin Garrison has had the upper hand for the majority, but Norberg should be starting inside the top 5 as well. Come for the pre-final tomorrow with a good rebound in heat number 3 to finish second. So again, Max Speed Rapid Fire, check it out, Facebook Live at 4:45 p.m. on the MaxSpeedEntertainment.com Facebook or Max Speed Entertainment Facebook page. Again, we're also live right now on 3 or 4 different mediums if you count every avenue you've got to watch this broadcast. For anyone watching at home, Facebook Live through Max Speed Entertainment's Facebook page and through Kart 360's Facebook page. We've also got live video through Max Speed Entertainment official website, MaxSpeedEntertainment.com, and through Race Monitor, the official live timing and scoring app of Max Speed Entertainment for all smart devices. Again, you won't be able to see that on Race Monitor's official website, but through the app for all tablets and smartphones and everything else in between, you'll be able to get the full live audio and video feed, as well as, of course, the live leaderboards. during this quick clear of the racetrack, we'd also like to give a huge thank you to Motorsport.com, our official digital media partner of Max Speed Entertainment for 2017. Again, all Max Speed Entertainment events here brought to you by VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines, and presented by Fixie Wheels. Looking for the green in Masters Rock. We'll get it. Green flag in the air. We're underway. All 12 drivers through turn one. Nice and clean. Now to the official turn number one as they cross the finish line. The timing loop. Gaia Magno with a good start. Rodrigo Espina through to second. Here comes Pedro Cabrera. Cabrera through to P2 as one driver goes around here entering turn number one. That's going to be the number 670 Burrell Art Machine. Of David Ritchie. David Ritchie with a problem here, and he will get spun. I don't know if there was any contact causing that entering turn number one. He'll fall to the tail end of the field as Gaia Magno looks to set sail once again here in Masters Rock. Then it's going to be Pedro Cabrera in second. Rodrigo Espina in third. Miguel Gransal in fourth. And fifth will be the AKT Racing Team entry of Jason Nazario. Exiting turn number 11, once again Gaia Magno checking out on your field, but here comes a potential battle for third. Miguel Gransal looking to the inside of Rodrigo Espina. He'll go through. Espina looking back to the outside in turn two, trying to get a crossover, got bogged down though. Exiting two, will not be able to do it. Miguel Gransal with a good move there in the TB kart. He'll go to third. through the S's and down the back straightaway. Gaia Magno still your race leader over Pedro Cabrera, Miguel Grancel, Rodrigo Paspina, and Jason Nazario as they exit the final turn on the racetrack. And head down for turn number 1. Pippa Man runs in the 6th spot. And it's one spaced out line of go-karts all the way back to the number 615. I believe all top 10 right now. Top 9, correction. Back to Jesus Robles in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart in 9th. Mark Julian and Francisco da Costa right now on the 2 Burrell Art Machines, 7th and 8th. They're behind Pippa Man in 6th. And then in 5th right now, Jason Nazario right in no man's land between the 2 packs as he's fallen off the top 4, really the top or 2nd through 4th, as no one is in anywhere close to striking distance of Gaia Magno. Pedro Cabrera showing the way right now with a 2-kart length advantage in that 3-kart pack, with Miguel Grancel running 3rd. Out of turn number 7, Gaia Magno, the race leader. Pedro Cabrera, 2nd. Miguel Grancel, 3rd. Rodrigo Espina in 4th. Down the front stretch for Gaia Magno and Pedro Cabrera, 1 and 2 with a big gap between them. And once again, Gaia Magno just about a 10th or 2 advantage up on the rest of the field and slowly being able to pull out the advantage. Behind Jason Nazario, Pippa Man's pack of about 3 go-karts right now. She leads it, and it's still Francisco da Costa as well in the group. The 2 Burrell Art Machines of da Costa along. And Mark Julian currently 7th and 8th as we exit the S's and head down the backstretch. Gaia Magno, last time by, he was nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than Pedro Cabrera. That gap maybe even a little more per lap this time around. We'll watch Gaia Magno's lap times to see them continue to drop. 3 laps to go here in Masters Rock. Down the inside, battle for the 7th position with a good slide job. The 2 Burrell Art teammates of Francisco da Costa and Mark Julian. This time Julian able to go to the inside. Now da Costa back and forth with him as they'll go side by side down to turn number 3. Pippa Man able to escape that fray as she pulls away to a little gap of her own in 6th. Still a good ways back from Jason Nazario in P5. Rodrigo Espina sat in 4th ever since getting passed by Miguel Grancel and has not been able to recover the damage. Grancel right now still behind Pedro Cabrera and everyone chasing Gaia Magno. Four laps to go here for Gaia Magno, with 6 laps complete with a 2-second advantage and pulling away nearly 4/10 that time by over Pedro Cabrera. Every single lap, the gap increases just ever so slightly, and this time it'll be 3 laps to go in Masters Rock before Gaia Magno can wrap up his day and set up for just 2 more official sessions to once again have a complete sweep of the events. It will be a complete sweep all the way back from Homestead, which means every single official session will have been won by none other than Gaia Magno. I'm not sure if a perfect season has ever been completed here in the Florida Winter Tour, where a driver has won every single session, but at this rate, Gaia Magno is on track to that to snag the Masters Rock Championship. Whether or not he does go on to have a perfect weekend in Ocala Grand Prix for the final round of the 2017 VCI powered by AM Engines Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels Rock Edition, he will still put himself in a position where he should almost clinch the title heading into the weekend with such a big lead as he will be building here coming out of Palm Beach, sweeping every heat race, winning the pole here in qualifying and setting up for a potential run to the win in the pre-final and final. Barring any mechanical failures, I'm not sure if anyone has the potential to even simply get close to Gaia Magno on the racetrack, and much less in the points, as this time by the laps winding down even more. This time by, it'll be the white flag for Gaia Magno here in the Orsalon Racing Tony Kart. Absolutely unmatched is the only way you can really describe this Masters Rock driver here. 11 of the nation's best Masters Rock pilots competing here in Palm Beach, and Gaia Magno is ahead above every single one of them. White with the white flag flying now, just one lap remains here for Gaia Magno to wrap up Saturday, and it will be just one more day of action to completely sweep the first two rounds of the Rock Masters class in the Florida Winter Tour. A potential battle for third forming here with Miguel Gransal having Rodrigo Espina close the gap up to his rear bumper here through turn number 7 as Magno leads the way for the final time to the S's in Masters Rock. Out of the final turn, absolutely no challenge, a perfect weekend in the making for Gaia Magno. He wins heat number 3, Pedro Cabrera second, Miguel Gransal holds back a hard-charging Rodrigo Espina for third, and then behind those two it will be Jason Nazario in the 5th spot. That wraps up the Masters Rock action. 2 more heat races in the day, and then it'll be time for last chance qualifiers. And again, as we mentioned, Max Speed Rapid Fire, a new Facebook Live series we'll be doing, hopefully every single Max Speed Entertainment weekend, or at least we'll start that. We'll find out where it goes. Tonight, this afternoon, we'll be interviewing Ryan Norberg from PSL Karting. Again, the senior Rock driver here this weekend, having a pretty solid run after qualifying second. He comes away with 2 second-place finishes in the heats and 1 down in 12th due to an incident out of his control. Again, 5 minutes for the Facebook Live broadcast of Max Speed Rapid Fire at 4:45 p.m. At 4:45, we'll be going live on Facebook with Max Speed Rapid Fire right during the Max Speed Entertainment Thank You Party. Again, that also takes place today from 4:30 to 6 p.m. And on the Max Speed Rapid Fire Show, the basis of that is we'll be going live on Facebook just as we are right now. Again, our full live stream available through Race Monitor, our official live timing and scoring partner, MaxSpeedEntertainment.com, the official website of Max Speed Entertainment, Max Speed Entertainment's official Facebook page, and Kart 3. But again, we are live on all Facebook, our website, and on Race Monitor, all three mediums with our live stream today. And again, we'll be going live on Facebook only with the Max Speed Rapid Fire show, of roughly 5-minute show that we'll be beginning. And then the last minute of the show, we'll be taking all the comments compiled from that 5-minute stream, the first 4 minutes anyway, that anyone would like to ask. We'll do viewer questions with Ryan Norbergs or anything you think you might like to ask the PSL Karting Senior Rock driver. We'll be interviewing drivers of all classes, hopefully, with the Max Speed Rapid Fire show, if we can continue to get some traction here with all that we're doing. We've got our wrap-up videos we do at the end of each day. They're posted on YouTube, give you a little bit of a idea what went down on the racetrack and maybe even what happened off the racetrack. Of course, our live streams are also saved on our YouTube channel, all 6 hours to 8 hours of footage that we cover in each day. Every single day from the Florida Winter Tour in 2017 has been captured thus far and will continue to be captured through the Max Speed Entertainment official live broadcast crew. Remember, feel free to have your relatives, anyone else watching at home that's watching this broadcast or that may want to watch this broadcast, to email us and send us your shout-outs. The official email on our website under the Max Speed Entertainment live option. Again, you can check that out, send it out to your friends, have them give some shout-outs. We'll be reading those on air very soon. looking for the green in Shifter Master. 6 karts, we're underway. Farshad Bagheri gets the whole shot once again, and we'll see if he can hold on to the kart here through the concrete section, which was his nemesis in heat number 2. He went around on his own, and now he's got Vicky Bryan, who got a great start. Vicky Bryan to the lead in turn number 1. Everyone clean over to turn number 3. Vicky Bryan, your leader. Farshad Bagheri looked to the inside in turn 3, did not make it happen. He runs right behind. Igor Molkin still sits in the 4th spot. Third spot. Janos Eiler in 4th. We've shaken up the lineup, and Scott Davidson, your winner from heat number 2, all the way down in last right now off the start. Vicky Bryan, what a start. The only woman competing here in the Rock Shifter Master Division. She leads the way over Farshad Bagheri and Igor Molkin. Janos Eiler still holding on to the pack in the PCR, as here comes Scott Davidson down the inside. He'll take over what looks to be the 5th spot away and move back into the top 5. So not a good start for Scott Davidson. So a 3-kart pack right now out in front. Vicky Bryan, the leader. Farshad Bagheri second, but he may lose that as Igor Molkin takes a look down the inside in turn number 11. So Vicky Bryan still leads, though. Bagheri still second. He'll look to the inside in turn number 1. Won't do it as Bryan slides that Tony kart around on the concrete, and she'll get a heck of a launch there out of turn number 2. Scott Davidson's pulled up to the rear bumper of Janos Eiler. He will need to try and set him up for a good pass, as he's been able to catch up to the top 4. Eiler starting to lose touch now with the top 3. Vicky Bryan still leads over Farshad Bagheri. Igor Molkin in 3rd. Janos Eiler in 4th. Scott Davidson in 5th as they head towards turn number 3. Carlos Piazza, the TB kart right now, running down in the 6th spot as Vicky Bryan still tries to hold back Bagheri, having to defend just ever so slightly with her line as she exits turn number 5. Bagheri having to do the same with Igor Molkin, and Scott Davidson is stuck on top of Janos Eiler. Scott Davidson and Janos Eiler stuck together. Eiler able to shake him off, and they both just lost a ton of time. Meanwhile, while that happened, Farshad Bagheri was able to go by Vicky Bryan for the lead. Bryan now back up to the bumper as Bagheri begins to defend, and they'll try and get a good launch out of turn number 2. Bryan trails by 2, maybe 3 kart lengths as Davidson now a clean pass down the inside of Janos Eiler. Down to turn number 11. Scott Davidson, or Igor Molkin to the inside. He'll go by Vicky Bryan. 2 laps to go, cross flags in the air this time by for Farshad Bagheri as Vicky Bryan goes back to the outside here of Igor Molkin to turn number 1. This is only going to cost them more time as Bryan unable to complete the crossover. Molkin holds on to second. Through the S's, Farshad Bagheri, Igor Molkin 1 and 2. Vicky Bryan falling off here in the closing stages of the final heat race on the weekend for the Shifter Rock Master Division. Farshad Bagheri still your race leader over Molkin, but Molkin last time by gained about a 10th and a half, even having to go all the way to the inside in turn 1 to pass Vicky Bryan. So Igor Molkin definitely coming on strong in the final couple of laps here, as we'll see 3 laps to go this time by the stripe in Shifter Rock Masters. Farshad Bagheri leading the way. Igor Molkin in second. Vicky Bryan in third. Spaced out in the top 3 positions. In 4th, it's still Scott Davidson. And in 5th, it's Jano Zeiler. With 6, Carlos Piazza. Down to turn number 1. Igor Molkin lost a ton of time last time by to Farshad Bagheri, who has found a little more speed here with 3 laps to go in the Shifter Rock Master Division. Heat number 3. The final heat race on the weekend for these guys before they come back tomorrow with a morning warm-up, a pre-final, and a final, just like the rest of your classes under 34 drivers. However, for Junior Rock and Mini Rock, they're not done. We've got 3 more sessions today, beginning here with the Shifter Senior Rock Division final heat race on the weekend, and then it'll be the Junior Rock Last Chance Qualifier, followed by the Mini Rock Last Chance Qualifier. This time by the white flag will fly for Farshad Bagheri as we continue. White flag in the air for Farshad Bagheri in the Rock Shifter Master Division. Rock Shifter Senior again currently on the grid as they head through turn number 1 and over to turn number 2. Again, we're spaced out with a half lap remaining. The last lap of our continued coverage of the Bobblehead 500 here in the Shifter Master Division here on the back section. Hairpin number 5, and then they'll head over to turn 6 and 7. Farshad Bagheri, Igor Molkin, Vicky Bryan, the top 3. And as they head through the S's for the final time today, Farshad Bagheri rebounds from his spin in heat number 2 to come back with a victory. No problems here. It is smooth sailing in the final heat race, and Farshad Bagheri puts the TB kart P1 in Rock Shifter Masters. Igor Molkin finishes second, Vicky Bryan third, Scott Davidson fourth, Janos Eiler in fifth, Carlos Piazza will cross the line in sixth, and that will wrap up their day. 3 races remain, and I guarantee every single one of them are going to be a show to watch, so don't go back to your pit area just yet. And on top of that, remember, at 4:30, the Max Speed Entertainment thank you party will be taking place. Free food, free drinks, that's normally enough to get me and about half this paddock anywhere, so feel free to come on up. Take what we've got. It'll be up on the mechanics stand where we have most of you guys being able to watch the races here this weekend. We'll have, again, free food and drinks. The Max Speed Entertainment official thank you party presented by VCI, powered by AM Racing Engines. So Janos Eiler with an issue after crossing the line. He will come to a rest here just after the start, after the finish line at the Palm Beach International Raceway, which means we'll bring our kart pickup out and we'll clear the racetrack once again for the final heat race on the afternoon. Shifter Rock Sr. is on the grid. We've had 2 very good heat races thus far this weekend in battling for the win. We'll see if that will be the same story here for their final heat, with Danny Formal, AJ Myers, and Rubens Barrichello all having time at the top of the leaderboards this weekend. So Rock Shifter Senior with AJ Myers starting on the pole. He qualified up there but has not been able to snag a heat race victory. Those have gone to Rubens Barrichello and Danny Formal. He's still been top 3 in both sessions. We'll get the rest of the field lined up and set to go. The biggest mover through the field this weekend has been Andrew Bedozo. He started 22nd every heat out of the 26, and he's moved up to both 12th and 9th off of each heat race with a phenomenal start each time. We'll see if Bedozo in the bright yellow Scuderia PCR checkered motorsports colors can do it again. Rory Vanderster has had a solid run. And as well, we'll look for the rest of the 23 other drivers besides those ones to go green. They're all underway here. No stalls this time. A perfect start for the Shifter Senior drivers. Danny Formal once again. A good start. He'll slot to second. Rubens Barrichello in third. He's got Jimmy Cabrera behind him. 3 wide. Gary Carlton around the outside. He'll go to fifth. What a move by the Formula K driver. Matias Ramirez slots to 6th. 7th is Rory Vanderster. He's got Juan Manuel Correa behind him, and everyone else filing in through. 9th right now looks to be Colin Daly. Side by side for 10th, Jonathan Tanan takes the position in the GP VCI entry. Tanan has had a rough weekend here in Palm Beach. The GP VCI factory driver. After a dominating run in Homestead with every session won but the final, Jonathan Tanan here in Palm Beach has been struggling to get the number 400 GP VCI to the front as we watch Formal close up to the rear bumper of AJ Myers. Michael Stevens with a problem here in the number 441 Anderson Racing Team Burrell Art. Battle for the 4th spot. Gary Carlton hard on the brakes. He'll go to the inside of Jimmy Cabrera. Matias Ramirez trying to follow Carlton through the field. He's only about a cart and a half behind Cabrera headed to turn 3. Rory Vanderster and Colin Daly getting away from the pack behind them as Juan Manuel Correa falls behind Jonathan Tanan and now has Nick Hargraves and company, the rest of your Shifter Senior field behind him. Out of turn 7, AJ Myers here leading Danny Formal and Rubens Barrichello in a 3-cart breakaway. Gary Carlton getting the Formula K to roll here in Palm Beach, trying to come on strong at the very end of the weekend, just as he did in Homestead. Down out of turn number 11 and towards turn 1, Myers still your leader, but Danny Formal just 2 cart lengths back as Myers defends to turn 1. And battle for the 5th spot. Matias Ramirez back and forth with Jimmy Cabrera. Still unable to get it done. He'll look to the inside in turn 3. Here goes Ramirez. Hard onto the brakes. He'll go down the inside of Cabrera. Still unable to get it done, though. Cabrera holds the spot. Rory Vanderster now closing up to both drivers in 7th. And Colin Daly's not too far back in 8th with Jonathan Tanan in 9th. AJ Myers still leading, and Danny Formal behind him right now. Just a cart length, maybe 2 back as they head to the final turn. Into turn number 11 and down the front stretch. AJ Myers, your leader. Danny Formal second. Rubens Barrichello in third as Myers once again goes about center track to try and defend into turn 1. Here comes Formal, a slide job contact in turn 1. Danny Formal unable to get it done. He was up on 2 wheels, biking that DR chassis, leaning to try and get it to work. He'll defend now to turn 3 from Rubens Barrichello, and he'll overshoot it. Danny Formal goes wide. Rubens Barrichello crosses him over. A great move by the Formula 1 star, and he'll go to second. So move AJ Myers, still your leader, but Rubens Barrichello up to second. Danny Formal third, and with that battle, Gary Carlton has caught the top 3. Matias Ramirez finally getting away by Jimmy Cabrera. Ramirez looks to still have the speed to be just as fast as Carlton, so if they continue the battle up front, Ramirez might be able to get there. Cabrera, on the other hand, fading just a little bit here. He's about the pace of Rory Vanderster, both drivers 6th and 7th. Vanderster might have a little bit of an up on him as Myers bangs down on the gears down to turn number 1. out of turn number 5. AJ Myers, Rubens Barrichello, Danny Formal, and Gary Carlton. Still your top 4. Matias Ramirez closing in. Jimmy Cabrera, Roy Vanderstreet, Colin Daly all in that pack behind him. And following that group, it'll be the 2 international racing entries of Nicholas Sanchez and Nicholas Hargraves, 9th and 10th. There must have been a problem for Jonathan Tanon. He's fallen out of the running order. The GP VCI driver off the racetrack. So Jonathan Tanon, the bad luck continues here this weekend as Andrew Bedozo is now up into the 11th spot from starting 22nd. Heading into turn number 6, Rubens Barrichello up to the bumper of AJ Myers. He's still been there, and now he'll look to the inside in turn 7. He'll go over top of the bumper, and now Rubens Barrichello gonna fall back. He tried to stick a nose, but there was not enough braking distance to really get there on Myers. I don't even know if AJ Myers thought he was there, as Barrichello now has Gary Carlton going to the inside in turn number 11. Here comes Matias Ramirez up to Barrichello's bumper, down to turn number 1. Barrichello going to look back on the inside of Gary Carlton. Carlton forcing him down the inside. Barrichello going to have to force his way by. Ramirez to the outside as Carlton beats away at the rear bumper of Rubens Barrichello. AJ Myers and Danny Form now to the battling there with Rubens Barrichello and Gary Carlton have pulled away, and I don't know if anyone will be able to challenge Myers' pace. He looks to have been the fastest driver here this weekend. Formal still about on pace with Myers, maybe a quarter tenth slower, so he's been able to win a heat race, of course, winning heat number 2 today, but Myers never fell off the back of him, and right now, while Formal looks to be quick, I don't know if he has the pace to run down AJ Myers as he tucks his head behind that steering wheel down the front stretch. Battle for 4th. Matias Ramirez goes through on Gary Carlton. He'll take that position away. Carlton down to the 5th spot. He'll take a look back and see Jimmy Cabrera running behind him in 6th. So Matias Ramirez right now could be one of the quickest drivers on the racetrack in the Anderson Racing Team Burrell Art chassis as he now sets his sights on Rubens Barrichello. Carlton gonna look to the inside in turn 11, won't do it there. Gary Carlton had a thought about making a move on Matias Ramirez, who now has Carlton looking to the inside in turn number 1, and Ramirez gonna have to surrender that spot as he'll slot back in line. Nick Hargraves now down the inside of Nicholas Sanchez. Sanchez gonna try and find a way back by in the International Racing Team Tony Karts. Andrew Bedozo's now gone by Juan Manuel Correa to move himself into, or to hold on to 11th. Correa down in 12th, it appears. We need the driver of the number 316 to the steward's office, 316 to the steward's office. White flag in the air, AJ Myers the race leader. Danny Formal second, Rubens Barrichello in third, Carlton fourth, Ramirez fifth, but under heavy fire from Jimmy Cabrera. Into turn number 4, AJ Myers has been reeled in by Formal. Danny Formal, maybe 2 final chances. This leads them into turn number 6. The zone, we've seen a couple of aggressive moves in the single speed classes, but not much here in the shifter carts because of how short that braking zone is due to the front brakes on these machines. As they exit the S's now, Myers has Formal all over the rear bumper. Down the backstretch for the final time. Myers gonna to the inside. Formal has to do the same. Barrick is there. and through turn number 11. No change up front. AJ Myers wins his first heat on the weekend. Danny Formal finishes second. Rubens Barrichello third. Gary Carlson fourth. Matias Ramirez fifth. Jimmy Cabrera sixth. Roy Vanderster seventh. Colin Daly eighth. Nicholas Hargraves ninth. Nick Sanchez 10th. And that does it for So now, without any break and without any further ado, it is time to get underway with the first of two last chance qualifiers. Junior Rock, the first one to go out, I believe, 14 entrants. It's everyone outside the top 28. Finishing results from the three heat races, and we'll be challenging for the top 6 spots to move on Sunday into the pre-final. Mini Rock as well should have 41 total drivers do this weekend, which means that they'll be vying for the top 6 out of 13. So as we get set for the Junior Rock last chance qualifier, we've got less than 2 sessions now left in the day. Just one more after this one. Again, a couple of reminders. It begins the Max Speed Entertainment. Thank you. 4:30 to 6 p.m. We'll bring out some tables out onto the grid and everywhere else that we can fit more people. Free food, free drinks for everyone here in the paddock. And at 4:45, we'll be having the first ever Max Speed Rapid Fire Facebook Live session here with Ryan Norberg. We'll do Facebook Live questions at the very end of it. We've also got some of our own questions we'll ask him. But to the on-track action for Junior Rock is much too quick for that start. I mean, these guys were full throttle by the time they went through the S's as we went down to the front straightaway. Way too fast for some of our drivers. You have to remember that some of these guys, outside of maybe a club race and even then, may not have started on the front row before. This is not your top qualifiers. This is not a first-time top qualifier. This is the bottom from 29th and 30th off the heat race points. So Travis Devendorf, who was a driver who qualified pretty decent, actually. He was around 10th most of the heat races midway through. But unfortunately, some bad luck has put him on the pole for the LCQ. Mackenzie Clark starts second. Nicholas Fabrice has also been up there in the heats. He's down in third here for the starting order. Caleb Bacon will start in fourth. Daniel Ruiz and Colt Hensley start fifth and sixth. Eduardo Felix, Jordan Menge, seventh and eighth. And 9th and 10th will be Paul Verbunen and David Morales. 11th and 12th, Nicholas Rivers, Ayrton Ori. 13th, Aaron Benoit. So it's 13. That means it's 41 total drivers entered in the division. Out of the 13, the top 6 transfer. We'll send them through the S's for a 34-kart grid tomorrow. It will take the top 6 from this group right here. Still very fast. We'll try and get them into the lanes, get them nice and slow. A quick start. No green that time either. And with that, the order has been given. We have a brand new front row coming your way. Travis Devendorf and Mackenzie Clark are going to be inverted to start third and fourth. Caleb Bacon and Nicholas Fabrice will now get the opportunity to start on the front row. We'll look for the green this time. Nicholas Fabrice, Caleb Bacon, they're going to be too quick as well. No green that time by. These guys are going way too fast, way too early. Nick Fabrice, Caleb Bacon going to get an opportunity to try it again, but this will be their last chance before we either bring the field to a stop or we invert and take the next row. So Nicholas Fabrice, Caleb Bacon, they're a little bit slower this time through the S's. If they can keep it off the throttle, especially Fabrice here because he determines it, they'll be good. But it sounds like we're already full to gas. We'll see. Is that too early? It is too early on the power. No green in the junior LCQ. So this So we are now up to the third row. The drivers slotted to start 5th and 6th are now the front row for the Junior Rock LCQ. That has now moved your initial pole starter and second place starter to the bubble. If they get a bad start, they will be on the outside edge looking in for Sunday. Let's see if we get it this time. The 5th try, the 3rd different row, and we'll look for the green. We're again full throttle too early, but we'll give it to them anyway. Green flag in the air. We're underway in the Junior Rock LCQ. Side by side. Oh, 3 carts involved in a big wreck in turn 11. I don't know if that was any of your top starters. I don't believe it was. We'll go down to turn number 1. Nick Fabrice, possibly Jordan Menge out. Oh, Caleb Bacon gets turned. More drivers around here at turn number 1. So it's a 5-cart breakaway. There's now a battle for the final transfer spot. Right now it's being held by the Formula K entry of Paul Verbunen. He started in 9th. He's now in 6th and on the verge Sunday. So turn number 6, the 5-cart breakaway. They're still battling inside of it. I don't know if they realize they're into Sunday, but they're going to keep on going at it. If they battle enough, they'll allow the pack behind them to catch, but we'll see. Caleb Bacon all over the bumper of Paul Verbunen, who's trying to transfer. He's blocking down the inside to turn number 11. Bacon to the outside. He won't challenge just yet. Your leader at the end of lap number 1 is Nicholas Fabrice. Daniel Ruiz is 2nd. 3rd is Travis Devendorf. 4th, Jordan Menge. Now he'll go to 3rd. That moves Devendorf to 4th. 5th, Cole Tensley. 6th, Paul Verbunen. 7th, Caleb Bacon. Now Bacon looking to the inside of Paul Verbunen for the transfer spot. That's a 2-car breakaway, and Bacon not able to make the move there in turn 3. Nick Fabrice, oh, contact in the battle for 2nd. The NRM Motorsports Tony kart of Jordan Menge making contact with Travis Devendorf making contact with Daniel Ruiz. Side by side for 2nd again. This time, Ruiz gonna lose the spot. He'll lose 2 spots. Devendorf through to P2. Ruiz down to 4th. Jordan Menge goes through into 3rd. No, that's Cole Hensley in 3rd. Jordan Menge is actually in 2nd. Yes, that was Jordan Menge on the move in the NRM Motorsports Tony kart. Cole Tensley in the Intrepid runs in 3rd. Daniel Ruiz in 4th. 5th, Travis Devendorf. And now Caleb Bacon. He'll make a pass for the transfer spot. Move Caleb Bacon into Sunday. And in fact, they both are catching up to the pack. So this battling from 2nd on back has backed up the field. And now if Paul Verbunen can get a little more battling up front along with Ayrton Ori, they might still be able to get their way into the show. Again, the last chance qualifier. You're fighting for 3 more sessions, not just 1 here at the Florida Winter Tour. You get your warm-up session, of course, but a pre-final and a final. So there's potential to move and possibly get a top 10 finish if you can get a good start to the pre-final tomorrow. But Nick Fabrice here, slotted to start 29th if he can hold on for just a few more laps. As Caleb Bacon starts to work his way forward, Paul Verbunen hopping in the seat, trying to get some more, as unfortunately right now he is being left behind. The top 6 breaking away, Verbunen falling back here in the Junior Rock LCQ. Caleb Bacon looking to the inside in turn 5. Battle for 5th. Bacon goes on through. Nicholas Fabrice, your leader here as they head down the backstretch towards turn 11. An 8-lap last chance qualifier here, short enough there for the 13 Junior Rock drivers. A couple of drivers involved in that incident was Eduardo Felix and Nicholas Rivers that were unfortunately unable to complete lap number 1. Battle for second here. Colt Hensley trying to go on by Jordan Menge, unable to get it done after a move in turn 3, and Menge will now defend into turn number 5. Caleb Bacon setting his sights on 4th now as he's starting to climb back through the field. He was turned sideways in turn number 1 off the start. He's on the bumper of Daniel Ruiz and just went purple last time by. Oh, and around goes what looks to be Aaron Benoit in the comp cart. He'll go sideways. Caleb Bacon goes back and forth for the 4th spot right now with Daniel Ruiz. Battle for second as well right now with Jordan Menge and Colt Henley. In 6th, it's Travis Devendorf. And last time by, Paul Verbunen, identical to Devendorf, but he may even caught him. May have even caught him this time. Paul Verbunen trying to fight his way into Sunday. He's still a good ways back from Devendorf. Last time by, the gap 1.2 seconds, and it's 2 laps to go here by the stripe. Paul Verbunen right now just holding even with Travis Devendorf, which is disappointing for the Formula K driver and those behind him, as that means he may not be able to make it into tomorrow's action. With a lap and a half remaining, he'd need a mechanical failure or a wreck out of the front running 5, which it would really only be 2 different opportunities between the battle for second and the battle for 4th. Out front, Nick Fabrice has driven a flawless race here in the Cosmic, barring any penalties. He is set to start 29th in the show for the pre-final tomorrow morning. We've got our Mini Rock pre-final currently gridded up as well. That'll be around 13 or 14 drivers with the top 6 advancing. White flag in the air, 1 more lap for your top 6 to hang on and transfer into Sunday. Jordan Menge defending from Colt Hensley, and I'm not sure exactly why. He'll start on the outside row if he does. He's fighting really hard to hold on to second, but then again at the same time, if there's a penalty given to Nick Fabrice for whatever reason, it would put Jordan Menge into the 29th starting spot on the inside. But out of the S's for the final time. A good race here for Nicholas Fabrice as he heads through turns 9 and 10 and down to turn number 11. Looking to see who will transfer right now. As we go, it will not be any challenges for any positions. No wrecks in the final turns. Nicholas Fabrice wins the last chance qualifier. He'll move on to Sunday. Jordan Menge, Colt Hensley go through. Daniel Ruiz and Caleb Bacon are through. Travis Devendorf is the last one to make the grid for the 34 Kart Junior Rock Field tomorrow morning. Unfortunately for Paul Verbunen, Ayrton Ori, Mackenzie Clark, David Morales, Aaron Benoit, Eduardo Felix, and Nicholas Rivers, they'll be spending their Sunday here at the Florida Winter Tour watching the action. So for the Mini Rock drivers, it's 13 strong. Granger Pera and Vittoria Catino make up your front row. Alex Paupau and Nicholas Baptiste, row number 2. Christian Pastrian, who actually qualified inside the top 10. And Liam Kelly, row 3. Donald Wharton and Evan Slater, row 4. Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. and Nathan Nicholson, row 3. Way too fast there on the first attempt for Granger Pera and Vittorio Catino. So they'll get one more shot before Alex Paupau and Nicholas Baptiste get to go to the front row here in Mini Rock for the last chance qualifier. Granger Pera, Vittorio Catino, the front row. Well, they'll get one more attempt here, but they're still very quick. And it looks like we're already full speed. That's going to be way too fast for our drivers. And with that, I believe that means we're going to be inverting the front row once again here in the LCQ. Granger Pera, Vittorio Catino going to go back to row number 2. So now that promotes, I believe, the drivers starting. So the drivers starting 3rd and 4th here for our LCQ. Alex Paupau and Nicholas Baptiste to the front row. The next potential starter would be Christian Pastrian and Liam Kelly if we do not go on these first 2 attempts here. We've already used up 2 of them here. Granger Pera, Vittorio Catino down to the 2nd row. And again, mentioning this as we had 5 total attempts to get things right in the Junior Rock LCQ. We're still pretty quick here to the back section. We'll see if our 2nd row of Alex Paupau and Nicholas Baptiste will keep things nice and slow. So the NF Sports Cosmic alongside the Burrell Art from Colombia, Nicholas Baptiste, side by side. We are nice and slow this time. Can we keep it that way? It looks pretty good. Green flag in the air. We're underway in the Mini Rock LCQ. Out of turn 11. We're 2 and 3 wide. Back in the transfer spots. The top 2 breaking away just a little bit. Turn number 1. What will be the chaos? Everyone trying to make it through clean. Will do it. Christian Pastrian is going to slot into what right now will be the bubble spot. The 197. P6 just ahead of Donald Wharton. Nicholas Baptiste was able to get a good jump there, and he'll lead your field, although he's got quite a bit of hungry drivers behind him. Granger Pera's in 3rd, Vittorio Catino in 4th. 5th place right now, Liam Kelly has a good gap, and then it's Christian Pastrian and Donald Wharton battling for the transfer spot. Wharton right now in 7th on the outside looking in, and here we go, a potential battle for the lead as we see Granger Pera moving up into the 2nd spot, going by Alex Paupau. into turn number 11. It is still the top 6, and now it's a little bit of a separation as Christian Pastrian signals to Donald Wharton to work together side by side for the lead. Granger Para took it in turn 11. She'll lose it here in turn 1. That looks to be Nicholas Baptiste possibly going through. We're still 3 wide farther back. That's for the transfer spot for 6th. Your new leader, I believe, will be Alex Papau in the 152 Cosmic. I don't know if that's correct. Then third should be second now, Liam Kelly in the Nitro card. Third, the other Nitro card in the session right now is Granger Para. Fourth looks to be Nicholas Baptiste. If he's not down to 5th. Fourth, Vittorio Catino as Granger Para goes by the 144 of Liam Kelly. So your revised running order, Alex Papau leads, Granger Para second, Liam Kelly in third, but here comes Vittorio Catino to the inside of the 190 Bennick. He'll go through to third. That puts Liam Kelly down to 4th, and then 5th, 6th, and 7th are all together. Christian Pastrian leads that group with Donald Wharton right behind him. The Burrell Art of Nicholas Baptiste was now on the inside. He's now on the outside. 7 carts in the lead train here, and that's only the top 6 that transfer right now. Again, it's Baptiste on the outside. He'll go by Donald Wharton. Donald Wharton now outside, but he'll cross him over, and Wharton back into the show. The 152 of Alex Papau leads. Granger Para second. Vittorio Catino third. Liam Kelly in 4th. 5th, Christian Pastrian. 6th, Donald Wharton. 7th, Nicholas Baptiste. Behind them, 8th and 9th, Jack Jeffers and Nathan Nicholson are closing the gap as we've got a battle for the lead. Granger Para looked to the inside. Not going to do it. Liam Kelly also thought about a move on Vittorio Catino, but he backed off that as well. Behind Donald Wharton, 7th place has gone to Jack Jeffers. Jack Jeffers charging through the field in the 103 Bennick entry. Jeffers moving ahead of Nicholas Baptiste now into 7th and has his sights on the top 6 drivers. Again, this lead pack is everyone right now transferring into Sunday. Jeffers is on the outside looking in, along with Nicholas Baptiste, who is falling off. But Jack Jeffers here in the bright green and black Orsilon Racing colors. The Bennick driver trying to work his way to the front as Granger Para looks to the inside in turn 11. She'll go to the lead. Granger Para to the top spot. Alex Papau second. Vittorio Catino third. Liam Kelly in 4th. 5th, Christian Pastrian, 2 by 2. Farther back into the lead, Alex Papau goes to the top spot. He'll bring Vittorio Catino with him this time. Jack Jeffers still closing the gap to the top 6 as Liam Kelly falls to 5th behind Christian Pastrian. Granger Para down to 3rd now, fighting off a charge from Pastrian for the 3rd spot. Pastrian has to defend from Donald Wharton. He runs in 5th. 6th is going to be Liam Kelly. And 7th, Jack Jeffers reeling in all 6 drivers. Alex Papau still leads the way. Granger Para runs in 3rd. Christian Pastrian 4th. Jack Jeffers in 7th now. It's 8 carts in the lead pack. Only 6 will transfer, and we're going to look at 5 laps to go this time by. Crossed flags in the air for Granger Para, Alex Papau, and Vittorio Catino. Here comes Catino to the inside. He'll clear Alex Papau down to turn number 1. Vittorio Catino, your new leader. Everyone playing safe. Oh, Jack Jeffers, a move for the transfer spot, and one driver hard into the barriers on the outside of turn number 1. Vittorio Coutinho leads. Alex Popao in second. Granger Pera third. Christian Pastry in fourth. Donald Wharton fifth. They're still side by side. A 5-card breakaway as Jack Jeffers has gone by Liam Kelly. Alex Popao thought about trying to go by on the outside of Vittorio Coutinho. As the field heads down the backstretch, they fan out 2 by 2, and Popao going to defend a little bit. He'll move up the racetrack, now go wide. Still side by side through 11. Everyone keeps it clean. We have yet to see any big crashes in the pack, but at the way they're racing, we can't not have that on the back of our mind as we're 2 by 2. Now nearly 3 wide. Christian Pastrian trying to hold back Jack Jeffers. Oh, Alex Popao gets turned sideways. He'll lose some ground. Jack Jeffers got hooked up, and as he moved his way into the top 6, now he's back on the outside. A 3-card breakaway. Vittorio Coutinho, Granger Pera, and then what looks to be Donald Wharton the second in third. That's also moved Christian Pastry and up into the 4th spot. Liam Kelly is back in the show. He's 6th, Jack Jeffers. No, 6 is Alex Popao. 7th, Jack Jeffers, so he's back on the outside. And 8th is Nicholas Baptiste. Battling back the transfer spot battle. Jack Jeffers to the inside of Alex Popao, and Jeffers moves into 6th. Granger Pera, Donald Wharton both look to the inside of Vittorio Coutinho. They'll take a look back east right now. If they work together, no problem. Battle for 4th. It looks to be Christian Pastry and under fire from Liam Kelly. Kelly still side by side through turn number 4. Jack Jeffers got the spot. Now he's lost it from Alex Popao to try and work his way into the 34th and final starting spot for the pre-finals tomorrow. And Jeffers going to slide down the inside in turn 6. What a move by Jack Jeffers to take back the 6th position. Alex Popao has gone from battling for the lead to battling just to make it into tomorrow as he runs in 7th. 8th is Nicholas Baptiste. Into turn number 1, side by side. Donald Wharton takes over the 2nd spot from Granger Pera as Vittorio Coutinho continues to defend. 4th, Christian Pastry, and 5th, Liam Kelly. 6th, Jack Jeffers. 7th, Alex Popao. Battle back, Granger Pera. She's looking to the inside into 3. No move there. Battling for 4th as well with Christian Pastry and Liam Kelly. Pastry having to defend a little bit into 4. So once again, Jack Jeffers has fought his way for the 2nd time now into a transfer spot. He runs in 6th. 7th, Alex Popao. He's on the outside looking in. Again, I mentioned he led a few laps in this one, and that's how quick things can change here in the Mini Rock Last Chance Qualifier. White flag in the air for Vittorio Coutinho. Granger Pera running in the 3rd spot behind Donald Wharton. Wharton going to give a little love tap there to Coutinho, and they both run wide in turn 1. Pera going to close the gap up to them. Christian Pastrian still 4th. Liam Kelly in 5th. Jack Jeffers just went purple last time by. Fastest driver on the racetrack is the kid from the United States, the Bennick driver. In 7th, Alex Popao giving it everything he has right now. He still trails by half a second to Jack Jeffers. He's banking on a big wreck on the final lap to transfer into the pre-final, and it might just happen, battling for the lead in the win. Vittorio Coutinho has Donald Wharton now in the lead as Wharton has gone on by in the back section. Donald Wharton, your leader for the final time. Donald Wharton going to defend all the way down to the inside. Coutinho follows him through the corner. No challenge. Donald Wharton going to come to the line. He will win the LCQ in Mini Rock.
Vittorio Catino second, Granger Para third, fourth Christian Pastrian, fifth Liam Kelly, and sixth, running the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, the last driver to transfer into the pre-final, Jack Jeffers. Alex Popao there finishes 7th, Nicholas Baptiste 8th, Evan Slater 9th, 10th Christian Alger, 11th Jacob Gerke, 12th Nathan Nicholson, 13th Jesse Carrasquedo Jr. Unfortunate for the drivers outside the top 6, but for Jack Jeffers, Liam Kelly, Christian Pastrian, Granger Para, Vittorio Catino, and Donald Wharton, they will unofficially be moving on to the pre-finals tomorrow. So on a quick change here. So we are going to wrap